Hello, everybody, and welcome to our 7th session of La Terreur et la Vertu, How Time Flies. I'm Beck. I will be a storyteller for today's session. I'm super duper excited to get into it. And before we begin, we'll get our lovely group members to introduce themselves once again.
Hi, I'm Adam. I'll be playing Remy, your Sabat Malkavian.
I am Jack. I will be playing Madame la Comtesse de Visage, the Camarilla Toreador.
Hi, I'm Syrinx and I will be playing Mayel Cadieux, the Anarch Gangrel.
Lovely. Now, last time we left on a significant note, a note of climax of monumentous change, wherein Lucretia declared praxis over the Camarilla on behalf of her sire and blood husband, Dominique de Visage, causing a ruckus within the room, a sort of overwhelming tidal wave of support for the most part for Lucretia and her husband. Julien de Lyon, the Nosferatu ex-herald of the Camarilla, looks delighted. We saw Jean-Baptiste, the Scangrel Primogen, leave in discontentment quickly. And we know that Mael followed him out as well as he left, unseen to the naked eye, so to speak. We turn momentarily to Mael as she notices Jean-Baptiste make a hasty exit from the Elysium upon Lucretia's announcement and the eruption of cheering, support, some other reactions too amongst the crowd, if you look carefully enough, that ensued from such a monumentous statement that she made on behalf of her blood husband and her sire, Dominique. Mael, you see him march out, following the point and call of Lucretia from up on the balcony. And as you did last session, you vanish and follow him out silently. Now, I will narrate Jean-Baptiste's exodus a little bit, first of all. As we know, the entirety of the Camarilla these nights lives within the walls of the Palais Royal. Safer that way. Outside, the Camarilla are hunted by Robespierre and the Sabbat, hunted down like the ex-nobility that they are. They're seen outside of the walls, either by face, by fame, or seen dressing in the wrong way, reminiscent of the regime of old. They are rounded up, arrested, and guillotined without much of a trial at all. So therefore, the ex-Camarilla find it beneficial and safe to stay within the safety of the walls of the Palais Royal, which is guarded by paid mercenaries, ex-National Guard, ones that have been ostracized from revolutionary society and make a living under the keen employ of the Camarilla here. Now, Mael, you notice, as soon as Jean-Baptiste leaves this chamber and enters into the sort of corridors and outdoor courtyards as he makes his way briskly across the estate, that he sort of makes eye contact with various people throughout the sort of the estate that he walks past, and everybody that he makes eye contact with end up gravitating towards him. When he exited the chamber, he was on his own, but by the time he crosses to the other side of the courtyard in the middle of the estate, he has maybe 15, 20 men and women all sort of gathered around him. I'm going to get you to make a quick wits insight check for me as you see this, as you trail behind this ever sort of largening group of people.
Sure thing. I have a specialty in kindred. Would that apply or not?
Not here,
For
no.
insight.
Not here.
2 successes.
That's all you need. This is all but blaringly obvious. All of the people that Jean-Baptiste looks at, all of the people that come to him as he walks across the courtyard are beautiful. They are attractive, they are handsome, they are pretty, they are all of the most physically attractive people in this entire place. You sort of lay eyes on them, then a moment later they are walking towards Jean-Baptiste as though he has a sway with people that are physically attractive or something of that nature. You kind of see them all kind of flock towards him, creating this large kind of swarm of a crowd as he walks sort of over to the other side of the courtyard, up a small flight of stairs. And if you follow him, sort of heads down a corridor to a door at the very, very end on the second floor.
I will have my opinions on whatever the little trick is that he's using. I'm also assuming that the people that join him, they're not really talking about anything. They're just like admiring him and following for as long as they can.
I'll get you to make a wits awareness.
Sure.
Yep, certainly admiring me.
You cannot say that, only the storyteller can. I have 3 successes.
3 successes. There is a lot of sort of casual greeting between them as some of them sort of meet up with the larger group. They say, evening, good night, how you going? All of this sort of thing. I haven't seen you in a few days. Where have you been? Or over the other side. That's fair enough. I don't usually go over there myself. I usually try to stick to the rooms. It's safer there. I don't really like the company of that creepy looking lady that sometimes goes down there. She makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable. And sort of small talk, but you can tell with 3 successes that even though it goes unspoken, everybody's eyes are constantly looking toward Jean-Baptiste and away again. Like every few seconds they are glancing over to him to see what he's doing, where he's going, as though they're trying to discern something from him. And yet they all continue to follow up until they reach this door. You notice that it is guarded by 4 people wearing the uniforms of the mercenaries that guard this place. One of them sort of creaks the door open very, very slightly, and these people, one by one, with Jean-Baptiste sort of in the middle of the crowd, start to head inside this sort of small opening within the door.
It's an interesting spectacle to behold.
Very odd.
Yeah. I will, as I have done many times before, after kind of watching all of that happen, try to move into the crowd, knowing that they won't really bump into me, and try to take advantage of this weird situation to get in as well.
Interesting. Okay. In that case, I'm going to get you to make a dexterity stealth roll. Add 2 dice because of the fact you are obfuscated here. But the sort of chink in the door that they've got open is very small. You can assume that they probably get a lot of people trying to spy on them from like Julien's side of things, and they have a safeguard against this. So they're sort of prepared for this scenario to happen, but you can still try.
Yeah. Location-wise, I've been to the Palais Royal a bit in the past.
Yeah.
is there an other way from the back that I could enter into these like chambers, or is this the only known way for me?
Good question. I'll get you to make for me. It'll be wits again, and it will be. It will be. I'm looking at the right sheet. I'm going to say investigation for you.
Yep. All right.
Mm-hmm.
A quick question, system-wise. If I rouse the blood, can I rouse it to up my wits?
Yes.
And how long would that last me for like a bit of the scenes after this or not?
When you rouse the blood to increase an attribute, it only lasts for a single roll. Yeah.
I won't do that just yet.
No worries.
I will, however, spend a willpower.
Yes, of course.
Because I think this is important.
Mm-hmm.
And I got 4 successes.
Great. Exactly what I was looking for. With 4 successes. Quite tricky, but as we've seen in the previous encounters that you've been in this night, you're used to doing such things and such maneuvers, and you're able to sort of kind of find somebody within this crowd of people who is petite and kind of almost rub up against them but not quite, and kind of shimmy your way in the door just before these 4 guards close it behind you. Now, you are in what looks to be a kind of very fancy, aristocratic, old school, ancien regime sort of sitting room. Directly to your right, there is a fireplace, which isn't lit at all, but there is sort of charred wood inside that looks as though it was lit at some point. There is some chairs sort of scattered around, a bookshelf sort of on the far side of the room, and some big double doors that are open that some of the people sort of head through into, which looks to be a sort of dining / drawing room in there. There's another door to your right-hand side, which is closed. And the strangest thing that you notice about this space when you enter, Mael, is the sheer amount of people that are in here. This room is not that large. It is large. It is extraordinarily sort of opulent in terms of the amount of money that one would need to live in a place like this. But there are 25 people in this room. And if you look sort of beyond through these big double doors that lead into the drawing room, you can see another 25 or so that are in there as well. And these like extra people that have come with Jean-Baptiste into this space sort of adds to this this crowd of people, so much so that it becomes rather cramped in here, but nobody seems to mind. At this point, I will turn to Jean-Baptiste Hellier and ask you what you are going to do as you enter your chambers in this moment.
Just out of curiosity, what time of night is it at the moment, around abouts?
I would say that it's about 1 a.m. So you got plenty of night left to spare.
Amazing. Jean-Baptiste, very angry at the way that the gathering ended, will head straight towards his study.
Certainly. Mael, you see from where you've entered, sort of within this crowd of people, which you continue to dodge because you rolled so well previously, sort of shimmying your way through them. Keeping an eye on Jean-Baptiste, he sort of enters through these double doors into this drawing room and then makes a right-hand turn. And if you follow him, he sort of goes through another set of double doors to the right, which leads to this huge bedroom with a massive sort of 4-poster bed right in the center of the room. And more people still. that sort of crowd in this room talking to one another. The noise is quite intense in here as everybody is sort of talking amongst each other, over the top of each other, but nobody seems to mind. There was a lot of noise back in the Elysium room, but it was of a different kind. People were getting worked up, sort of choleric in the face of revolution. Here, on the other hand, it is genial conversation. People seem to be smiling and laughing and joking with each other quite idly, quite pleasantly, though it is loud and kind of boisterous. Some of the people look drunk, some of them excessively so, some of them on the right side of tipsy. You see Jean-Baptiste head around this huge bed to a door on the sort of far side of the room, and you see him sort of almost lost within the crowd, open this little door and slip in and close it behind him, almost unnoticed. Except perhaps by you.
Yeah, I think as interesting as a crowd of humans is, I don't think my interest will linger on that very long. I have a reason to be here, and the reason is to see what he will do and act accordingly. Seeing as he goes into that side door and closes it behind, I see no other way to get there and as to also enter myself, but did the door make any sounds?
Only the usual, I guess, closing of a door. Jean-Baptiste, do you lock it behind you or just keep it open, do you think, in this situation?
No need to lock it. I'm as safe as I could possibly be in this room.
You just hear it close. You don't hear the click of a lock or anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And trying to envision where this room is within the estate as a whole. Is it anything like it's underground, or it's just like an outer part of a certain building? Or
Great question. I'll get you to make a resolve investigation check as you sort of stop for a little bit and rack your brains on the times you've been here and taken notice of the way things are situated.
That is 3 successes.
3 successes. It's right on the sort of southeasterly corner of the building, quite close to the front gates. And you know that you're on the 2nd story because you climbed upstairs to get up here. And you can sort of, if you close your eyes and think about the courtyard and how you came up and went around in the hallway to get here, you can sort of feel the way that you are situated sort of on a kind of it's almost like a turret in its own right. So there are windows on 3 sides. The one you came in on, there's no windows because that's where the corridor is, but from what you can envision, the room that Jean-Baptiste has gone into, there is a window. There is a window behind the bed, and there is a sort of a window from where you came in on the left-hand side. So you know you're right at the front, and you know that there's sort of large arched windows on all sides of this room, of this apartment, basically.
Right. All right. Thinking of the best way to handle this. Everyone in this room seems to be engrossed by each other and like
very much so.
Whatever party they're having, right? That's the reason why no one noticed that he slipped away.
Yeah. Or at least they didn't
Possibly.
seem to notice.
Yeah, no one turned to look or
No,
anything.
no.
Yeah. System-wise, a question.
Yeah.
If um I would already have contact with a wall and I would use obfuscate to go into hiding, I would still be fine, right? Because it would be like walking on ground, basically.
I'll say that to sort of, yeah, interact with a wall, a ceiling, any sort of surface, essentially. You can be on that surface and then activate obfuscate, and then it'll work again, but you'd have to like do it again for if you changed from the floor to the wall to the ceiling or anything like that, as you sort of change your trajectory, so to speak. I don't think there's a rule
Yeah.
on that, so I'll rule it like that. Yeah.
It's a question. I don't know if it's in the official book.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, but that's okay.
While you think about what you're gonna do,
Yeah.
Jean-Baptiste, as you enter your study, you find yourself alone. This room remains untouched by all except for you on your orders.
Good.
What is it that you do when you enter? When you get inside, close the door behind you, breathe a breath of fresh air. It's rather therapeutic or relieving to be on your own again after such an evening.
Jean-Baptiste will immediately sit down and begin drafting a letter.
Certainly. You grab a piece of parchment and grab your ink and begin to scratch away. Do you write carefully? Do you think about what you're saying, or are you writing in a flurry?
Very carefully, very thought out.
Great.
This needs to be perfect.
No problem. I will make a note of that. You can hear the sounds from outside, sort of muffled by the closed door. It's comforting knowing that they're there, that they are always here for you and with you, but at the same time know you well enough to know what you want and when you want it. In this case, your space, your time, and their protection. Almost like they act as a shield from all of that insanity that's going on out there, all of that ridiculousness that Lucretia has brought upon this doomed sect of yours, or at least the one that was yours up until most recently.
And we'll tell.
Mael, how would you like to go about this?
I'm really doubting between a few things because I could don on a mask and try to lead the people away into another room because some spectacle is happening.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Mael mostly wants to... The one thing that Mael wants from all of this is knowing what Jean-Baptiste is doing and knowing if he is possibly putting their mission in danger at this moment.
Right.
Or planning to in the future. However, she knows that if she were to go outside and climb up to see what is happening inside, she might not get it back inside in time.
How many dots of celerity? You just have the one.
Celerity? Yeah, just one.
Even with 1 dot of celerity, having it means that you are quite quick, as opposed to normal people and such. If you were to hurry down and around, you could probably make it in a couple of rounds, given the fact that this area, this building, this apartment is so close to the front of the estate. That's 2 rounds. You can also, as you said, make a scene of some kind and distract all of these people, get them away from the study. It's high risk, high reward, essentially. If it works, everybody will get away and you'll be alone with Jean-Baptiste, but it also runs the risk of meeting the ire of about 100 people from what you've seen.
Mm-hmm.
It's faster, more potential to go wrong, and more effective, or you can take an extra round to run around and climb up. Just 1 extra round, it's slower, and the people don't know that you're there, essentially.
Sorry, I as a player am really thinking about what my character would do.
Yeah,
in
that's
the
fine.
sense that the social way is very viable,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think she would have done such a thing very often.
How is
Because
she
usually
feeling?
there would be frustrated because there's a lot of emotions going on in her. She's mostly pissed
Mm-hmm.
at Jean-Baptiste for the way he acted
Mm-hmm.
at the Elysium and the way he presented himself.
Mm-hmm.
And although she wants to make sure that the mission is safe and make sure that he cannot, for example, go to Robespierre and give him intel or such a thing, because he might, if that's in his best interest, and at the moment it seems to be, or something along those lines. On the one hand, she wants to do and see what he's doing for that reason, but on the other hand, there's this ugly head that's rearing up inside of her that is saying things like that he's just filth, that he didn't have to be embraced in the beginning. So why is he still running around making things difficult? There's literally no reason that he was embraced. But because he's putting this shit up. And it's just been enough that he thinks that he that has these high and mighty claims, when in like a part of her knows that, like, or thinks that he definitely does not.
Yeah. Is Mael in this moment more driven by the mission or by her own personal grudge against him?
Probably her own personal grudge, realistically speaking.
Yeah. Then do you think she'd want to take a little bit more time, sneak up on him, have the upper hand?
No, I think she'll.
Mhm.
I think a way in between, because strictly speaking, if she gets the people away from the room, at some point they will come back to it.
Yes.
So it would only be used for her to get in.
Mm-hmm.
She might as well try to mask as just one of the many people in here. Try to very quickly go into the room.
Great. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I think she'll do that, and I will already rouse check for that.
Or Mask of 1,000 Faces. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to get you to make another Dexterity stealth roll, because the way that you appear when you use Mask of 1,000 Faces is somebody plain and uninspiring looking, and all of these people in this room are absolutely stunning. So you want to try and be as quick as possible when you open this door and head in quickly, rather than make yourself known as being sort of different physically than all these people.
Indeed. So I will I don't remember if V5 allows this because my mind is in V20 mode
That's
right
okay.
now. But with the celerity, would
Mm.
that add to my dexterity or not?
That's only with fleetness, which is level 2. That adds to non-combat dexterity checks. This Cat's Grace is for like balance-based stuff, more specifically.
All right, gotcha. Then my rouse check for mask is successful, and
Great.
I will rouse check again to add dice to my roll.
Absolutely. You can add 2 dice because your blood potency is 2.
Mm-hmm. That's another success, baby.
Wow, great. She's in
Imagine.
control. She knows what she's doing. This looks like the rage is focused on one person and therefore gives you focus in this moment.
So that will add 2 dice.
Yes.
So I will roll with that.
V5
That's a
always
decent roll.
adding dice and dice and dice.
Dice and dice.
Clicky clack to see
Clickety clack,
what
my
happened.
friend. Clickety clack. It is sort of fitting that I got 8 successes with a messy crit.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
It is sort of very fitting.
Great. With a messy critical, I want you to roll a 10-sided dice for me and tell me which number you get.
Mm-hmm. No, that's not it.
This is gonna get
Another
spicy.
Yeah. Another option though that I can hand out, a compulsion is fine as well. Would be that because she's so driven by anger at this moment, focused on one specific person.
Yeah.
Instead of going inside and obfuscating again immediately, like she was planning to, she could go inside and forget about that because her goal is on one thing.
Yeah.
Or I could do the compulsion thing.
Would you prefer a compulsion or would you prefer to succeed at that cost?
Personally, I think, like, for example, some compulsions could totally not be relevant here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it would be a shame if I rolled a compulsion
Like a
that would be,
paranoia
like,
one or something like that. Wouldn't make any sense.
yeah, like totally out of
yeah.
whatever the situation is right now.
And I don't want to give you a clan compulsion either because it means that you can't speak properly. You can only speak in like one word sentences, and
True.
that's rough for roleplay.
That would be a great scene.
The flavor is cool as well, I think.
Yeah. All right, let's have you succeed at that particular cost then. You managed to sneak through, unnoticed by anyone, slinking your way across. You sort of fan your hair like over your face, so you just look like anybody else, and sort of creak the door open and sneak through. I'll say that Jean-Baptiste, you're so tuned in to the sort of muffled noise from the other side of the door that it's noticeable to you. It becomes louder for just a split second, the shortest amount of time. You almost could have missed it if you weren't paying attention like you were. And you turn around and see none other than Mael standing.
just a
she's
just a
plain as
plain, sorry,
the
mask
mask.
of a
Plain as a
thousand
woman.
faces. Yeah. You just see a person. You've never seen them before. They're definitely not one of yours by the way that they look. Couldn't be further from them. You would recognize them immediately. Standing before you, she closes the door behind her. Maya, when you come in to the room, you sort of, you forget that sort of as the beast kind of moves you forth in a way that's almost fluid, almost as if you're made of liquid. You sort of revel in that intense connection that you have with the beast, that your clan has with the beast, and you sort of forget yourself for a split moment. And as you sort of whip around to see Jean-Baptiste, Jean-Baptiste, I'm going to get you to make a rouse check for me.
That is a success.
Great. And I'm going to get you to roll manipulation animalism as well, please.
Okay.
Because there is always the chance that just nothing happens and you fail completely.
Yeah. I have a
My
lot of
little
dice.
bird, listen
The
to
issue with
me.
this is I have a lot of dice, and crits are likely. I didn't crit, which is good. 7 successes.
Ooh, really, really good. With 7 successes, there's no critting, did you say? Just a normal
No critting.
success? Okay.
Just 7 straight successes. He would be calling an owl or something of that sort.
Okay, cool. This sort of screech owl, this sort of small kind of feathery thing, my owl, you catch the sort of this sort of beady-eyed strange creature sort of sitting on the sill of this grand arched window that sort of goes from ceiling to from floor to ceiling, I should say. And Jean-Baptiste sort of places this very neatly folded letter with a very nice red wax seal that holds the sigil of Clan Gangrel in a sort of old form into the beak of this owl, and sort of just puts it there and lets the owl go, and it sort of turns around its head turns all the way around before the rest of its body does, and it takes off into the night. And as Jean-Baptiste is closing these giant window doors again is when he turns around and sees you there with all this noise coming from beyond the door. Catches his attention.
Who the hell are you, and how did you get in here?
Yeah, I think as he does that, there's this eerie moment where the person, whoever is standing there, doesn't say a single thing, just looks at them. Obviously not meant to be in their room. Before I bolt for him. And my intention is to bolt for him and snap his neck.
Interesting. I'll get a strength brawl from you. Do you have a specialty? Oh, you do, but it doesn't apply here because you're not trying to grapple. Yeah.
It doesn't apply indeed.
Jean-Baptiste, what would you like to do in response?
I think he would instinctively try and duck out of the way. Emphasis on try.
Try.
Oh shit.
Get dexterity athletics.
Isn't he used to ducking out of the way of things being thrown at him?
No. And being in this place that he thought was honestly is the safest place he could possibly be, the shock would cause him to want to rouse in that situation.
Yeah.
If that is something I can do.
Absolutely. You can definitely rouse to add blood potency dice, which for you is 3 to your roll.
And I will do the exact same and also rouse, because this is a moment being basically fueled by the beast in some way.
Yes, indeed. That messy critical, you're still riding the kind of moment that you and the beast kind of worked in tandem for that split second, and you feel this kind of harmony between you in this moment.
Jean-Baptiste will also spend willpower.
Yes.
I failed the rouse, so I get a little hungrier, which is again very fitting and welcome even.
That was 2 successes.
I have 9 successes with a messy crit again.
A messy crit again. What's
which
your
is
hunger
again
at?
very, very fitting.
What's your hunger at currently? 2. Okay. The beast is present within you, Mael, as I said. And as you tackle him down, sort of grab his head, I imagine, with both hands and try to snap it. How does it look, what you try and do?
I think it's very brutal. Because normally if you snap someone's neck, for one, she knows he is kindred, so she knows that this is a way to shut him up for now, but this is not like permanent, like he can heal from this. He's just like out of it for the moment. So knowing that as well is definitely with the Masquerade, she's not holding back or anything. She just like jumps at him, and in a way that she is bestial when she's hunting on mortals in specific moments, the same way she, in a way, it seems like she's hunting right now, because she's just jumping at him. The nails maybe even digging into his neck as she just like snaps it from the front, and even lets him like fall. Just no real regard to him as a person.
Yeah. Cool. In this case, the bestial nature of it, your hunger is going to increase by another 1. And you're going to feel the effects of a harm compulsion for the rest of this scene. You will continue to do harm to him until he is in torpor, and any action or any dice roll that emerges wherein you're not trying to meet this end will be done at a penalty of -2 dice. Jean-Baptiste, what do you
Seems
do
very
here?
fitting.
Yes.
Is he in a position to have the ability to speak after? Also, how much damage do I take?
3.
Which is probably important as well.
3
3?
superficial.
Okay. Can Jean-Baptiste talk?
Very hoarsely, perhaps. Not very
So-
well, but he can try.
Does he think it would be loud enough to be heard from the next room?
Just to say, this
Ooh.
is the reason why I did the snapping of the neck,
Yeah.
to prevent that.
Yeah.
Of course.
So I know it's flavoring, like it's a very nice
Yes.
flavoring, but I will say that's the only reason I did that instead of other things.
Yeah.
Based on the success difference, I will assume that he can't.
No. Your tendons have been ruptured. You can whisper,
Yes.
but anything
Okay.
beyond that, probably have to start banging away at the furniture or something like that to be heard. But even then, the walls in here are very thick. This is a very well-made building. It's not your run-of-the-mill sort of peasant townhouse in at the back streets of Paris. That's for sure.
Definitely. The first thing he will do is, given the ability to look in the eyes of his attacker,
She's right
he will
there.
attempt to quell the beast.
You don't need to look in somebody's eyes to quell beasts, I don't think. Maybe you? Oh, yeah, you do. Locking eyes.
Yes.
If you want to try and lock eyes, there is a contested roll one can make. Let me check what it is. It's just under dominate. It's only fair.
Yeah, because I think the
course.
farthest thing from Mael's mind at this moment is to look
A
at him.
conversation.
I think she has very different things in mind
Yeah.
than to
She's
look at
attempting
him,
to
because she
attack me.
knows
She might be
he's-
looking at her target.
No, she's looking for something to put in her target.
Ah,
But that's
I
besides
see.
the point. No, but the thing is, Mael, she knows that Jean-Baptiste is a very social kindred.
Yeah.
She knows that he has presence. She knows that he can use those things. That's why she's acting quickly. That's why she's trying to keep him from speaking, for example, keep him from doing so things. So, like, I would think a contesting roll could be in order, yes?
Yeah. So the book says, Jean-Baptiste, you will roll resolve plus intimidation, and Mael, you will roll wits and awareness. Wits and awareness to figure out what he's trying to do and avoid it, if that makes sense. That seems the fair way to do it.
Holy shit. Okay.
Are you finally rolling well, Tom, or not?
No, quite the opposite. 2 successes.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's lovely the way I'm rolling in this scene because it's very fitting. And I don't know if it's the dice
Does that
roller
mean you got another
telling me
messy
anything.
critical?
I got another messy crit. I got 6 and
Oh.
another messy crit. I think the dice roller is trying to tell me something, and I think it's so beautiful in this scene, to be honest. Because before this, Mael has not really rolled
No.
any messy crits.
No. There's been 3 so far. Dice
Yeah,
Christ is
harm
taking the
compulsion,
wheel. Harm compulsion. Your hunger is at 3 currently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not going to arise anymore, but as these things are mounting one upon the other, Jean-Baptiste, you push your presence outwards to try and get her to look at you, but she seems almost wrapped up in the fluidity of her own movements in this moment. Mael, roll all of your remaining unspent willpower. You're going to make a fury frenzy check as a result of this messy critical. As you feel the beast, once working in harmony between the both of you, it's now starting to sort of surge forward and demand more, as it always does.
There are
Mm-hmm.
if I
3. I need 4.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say, Jean-Baptiste?
if I still have the ability, there are 2 more things I would like to do with my turn.
Yeah, you still can do one more major action move or rouse the blood in any way if you so desire.
Because technically I haven't used a discipline yet, have I? Seeing that I couldn't catch your eye, therefore I didn't attempt to quell the beast. Is that how that is?
That is true, actually, since you never actually made the discipline roll. But I will
Do you
count.
need to rouse check for that?
Yes.
Because normally you need to rouse check and then roll.
I
So
never rolled
I think-
for the discipline though.
no, the only roll
okay.
that was made was the eye contact
Meeting the
one.
eye roll.
I'll
Yes.
say that that's your major action, so you can't do
Yep,
anything else
course.
except for use a discipline here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that good with V5 combat. Is it a discipline and then a heal as well, or is it one or the other?
Haven't roused the blood yet this turn?
No.
Okay, so you can use a discipline, and then do any of the other type of blood things as well, whether it be heal, whether it be sort of putting extra rolls to your discipline roll or something like that. Yeah, you can't do both though.
Incredible.
Or if you want to use Blush of Life, because why wouldn't you in this situation? You know.
Look pretty, you know.
In which case, the very first thing he will do is activate Awe, in hope that someone in the next room senses the aura and comes in to notice something.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite desperate, but it's about all he has left.
An
You'll
instinctual
get my
thing.
attention, baby.
Yeah.
You already have my attention. Do you want more of it?
Oh, the wrong kind of attention.
And then he will attempt to heal.
Okay. Make a rouse check for me.
That is a fail.
Great. You get hungrier by 1, but you still do heal 2 superficial.
Yes. Amazing. The tendons in the neck slowly stitching back together.
Yes. Now, Mael, you have a choice here. You can either spend a willpower to regain control of yourself for a single turn, or you can take a back seat for a moment and let the beast go.
I think in this moment, it's not like Mael would want to hold back in such a situation. However, the only thing that isn't fitting quite yet is that she doesn't want to do that inside this room.
Mm-hmm.
she wants to get out first because she knows that if she gives in here, she'll make a ruckus, she'll make noise, and that would ruin everything because she wouldn't be able to take him away from here.
Great.
So I will spend the willpower for this turn and see after that, because for now her main goal is to stake him and get him out and see if that works. If not, then she'll see. But she very much likes her beast. At this moment, she wants to keep it at bay a bit because
Okay.
it's getting overly enthusiastic.
Yeah, it's waited for something like this to happen for probably a very, very long time, given your specific sibling relationship. And so yes, one of those things. Nobody comes, Jean-Baptiste. The walls are too thick. It's difficult when they can't see you already, or is one of those types of things. Maëlle, what would you like to do?
She kind of pins him to the ground, knowing that he tried to do some stuff, but she couldn't really stop him at that moment because she was fighting her own beast. Shaking it off her for a second, she'll just reach for a stake from her pants pocket, and try to drive it in, because like she's not even paying that much attention at this point. At this point, she wants to take him out so that she can unleash the beast, because she doesn't really like holding it back either.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to get this over so that she can.
No worries. It is tricky to stake a kindred. The check is strength melee, and it's done at a -2 because it's a cold shot. You're aiming for a specific area. Jean-Baptiste, you have...
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Would you like to do anything in response to this?
He is going to turn his body essentially to try and put the arm and the shoulder in the way of the chest so that either the stake glides off his chest or misses the heart.
Okay.
You think you can turn in my grip, little bitch boy? I have you pinned down by 9 successes.
You're enjoying this far too much.
I am. You can't blame me for that. You really can't blame me for that. Centuries have been leading up to this.
I don't know if it's been centuries.
Back your face.
You know what I want to do.
With all the
Or
love said,
kinda.
Tom, to you as a player. But
9 successes?
well, no.
That's from the
I meant
last
that.
roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay.
meant that as a
Yes.
previous roll, whether I pinned him down.
Yeah.
No. I will still need to roll now.
Okay, great. Jean-Baptiste, I'm going to get you to roll... I'm going to get you to roll stamina athletics.
Okay. I will rouse again.
Now's the
I
time.
did the same
Yeah.
because it's dangerous, but I succeeded, so it's
Great.
fine at this moment. It's
I
fine.
failed, conversely,
Conversely.
which brings Jean-Baptiste to 4 hunger.
Great. Whoever wins this decides the outcome of this staking for the purposes of this scene.
I'll be spending willpower.
Very well.
Same here, because if there's a time to use it, now is it.
Now is it.
6 with a
Not-
messy critical.
Not a messy critical, but 7.
Oh,
Fuck.
Tom, you're so unlucky.
I mean, to be fair, I also put him in a situation where it's physical,
Yes.
and he's not really physical.
No, that's right. Indeed.
True.
All right. Messy critical. You are, as a result of that, in this moment, Maëlle, you drive the stake into Jean-Baptiste, who is sort of... How does he take this? How is he looking? What is he feeling in this moment?
Is honestly surprised more than anything. in his own study, in his own home, has been jumped this easily by, is the Mask of a Thousand Faces still up? By someone he doesn't even know. Probably one of Julien's people, I suppose, but the way that they snuck past hundreds of his followers, it's some shocking.
Mael, what do you do here? The fury frenzy is still raging within you. He has fallen, paralyzed at your feet, but you still need some kind of outlet to this feeling that is about to overcome you again. What do you do?
There's two things. Still knowing that if I stay here and do anything, I might cause a ruckus and I might draw unwanted attention. But right now, there's also a problem inside Mael's head where she knows that if she lets loose of the beast right now, she will attack Jean-Baptiste. And seeing as he is in torpor right now, she knows that that may not end well for him. So despite her going at this with a sort of vengeful spirit, feeling like she finally did what was supposed to happen or was taking measures towards that end, right now there's a small hint of, do I want to actually kill him or not? Does he deserve it? But on the other hand, she fears that as many times as she gives into the beast willingly and enjoys those moments still, she fears that that might also happen. So I think she'll try to do the best she thinks she can at this moment. Because an idea popped into my head. On the one hand, she wants to take him and run, as she planned to. On the other hand, she could leave him here and it would seem like an attack from someone else. I think she'll try to get as far as she can, and she'll try to hoist him up and get out of the window.
Great. I'm gonna get you to roll strength athletics for me. And as you jump out the window, because you have Cat's Grace, you don't need to make a check to see how you land, whether you take damage or anything. Because you are just naturally inclined to land on your feet, land properly.
5 successes.
More than enough for Jean-Baptiste. He's not a big man, he's not heavy by any means. You grab him quickly and jump out the window, land on your feet. There's nobody around right here. A few hundred meters in all directions. You know there are people loitering outside the Palais Royal. You're sort of outside of its walls now because his apartment is on the outside. And there are people around, just not directly around you.
I think she's holding him in both arms. And still, despite all of the feelings previously, still trying to get this to not yet end in final death for him. She is going to try to, uncharacteristically, she will not go into obfuscate. But she will try to run away as fast as possible with the goal, because she knows she cannot just go back to the Palais Royal and ask for any of those things. Unless, here's the thing, she will go to the only safe place that she knows that is unmanned at the moment, which would be her basement. Because she
Yes.
knows if she goes to any of the anarch places, there might be people there and he might see them. Not wanting that. And unless she knows of a empty place in the Palais shown by Lucretia previously, if she knows by any of those places, she will go there. If not, she will try to run to the basement with him in her arms.
There are empty rooms in the Palais. Lucretia showed you around at the beginning of the night and showed you all of these rooms that she had set up for private meetings that are kept empty. So if you want to remain closer to everybody else and bring him there, that's easy. Or you can take him away to the basement.
I will take him to the basement then.
Great.
Because going back into the Palais Royal, she's trying to do what's best for multiple people.
Yes.
Maybe that'll be her downfall, but she knows that he is still able to perceive things. And the place he would not recognize is that basement. The place he would recognize is the Palais Royal. So maybe her downfall, but she's trying to not,
Yeah. Okay. I'll say that you managed to take all of these sort of more unmanned back streets and hoist him up in both arms, as you said, and run back to the sort of dingy basement where you sleep during the day. And as you drop him off there, sort of unmanning him unceremoniously to the ground in this place, I'm going to get you to make a wits plus survival check for me. Don't have a specialty in instincts, but it pertains to that.
3 successes.
The hairs on the back of your neck stand up as you're running. Maybe it's nothing. You get the strange, disembodied yet undoubtedly distinct impression that you're being watched. You look around, you can't see anything or anyone. Just a strange feeling.
I think a small thing that would ease that worry would be that she is still in mask. So at the moment, it would look like an average person dragging him to a basement.
Yeah.
It's also not like Mayel puts any value in the place that she sleeps.
No.
So in a way, she knows that if it's compromised, then I'll work with that. But the biggest thing is I need to get him there. I need to drop him. And I need to get out and let the beast loose somewhere else before I let it loose on him.
Yeah. You do so. You ignore that strange electricity that runs up your spine, drop him there, and go off into the night to unleash the beast that's gnawing and clawing at you on someone alone in a back street, as you do. And with that, we will end this little scenario as you deal with that and clean yourself up and reset yourself, so to speak. Aside from that, there are other murmurings of discontent sort of below all of this this overwhelming support that you see, Lucretia. For instance, Francine Corday can no longer be seen in this Elysium. She was milling around, sort of taking in the energy, the revolutionary spirit that she sensed after her conversation with Mael previously in the evening. But since she declared praxis, she very quickly made herself scarce from this particular event. Aside from this, the wandering Sabbat around the palais don't look pleased, to say the least. They seem to be increasingly agitated. They look to you, look to Dominique, look to the overwhelming amounts of support, whispering amongst themselves. Very, very difficult to hear what they're saying because of the roar of the crowd that sort of gets lost in the background. So there are people who are happy, overwhelmingly so, but there are also those among this company who do not seem pleased by the announcement, which is probably naturally to be expected. Yes. Lucretia and Remy, you both come together again once you've made this announcement, and the fervor in the room dies down at least a little bit. Though
Essentially, the Elysium ended after that.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah,
Everybody is
like,
sort of milling
kind of
around,
out.
starting to leave and such like this, going back to their respective kind of quarters and places within mostly the estate. Some people have come from outside, but most of them come from within. What is it that you would like to do here?
Probably that same room from before, that like toilet room. Find a chair, sit down in it. And then just wait for Remy to come in, I guess. When he gets there, be like, it seems that you were talking to Jean-Baptiste before he left.
Before Remy comes in,
Okay.
I might like for him to catch the attention of some of his packmates and new friends.
Absolutely.
There's a little bit of damage control to do there.
Yeah.
I think
Fair.
before wandering back.
Yes.
So I might try to catch their eyes sort of as they are on the way out.
Yeah, certainly.
And direct them over to a sort of sidelong chamber away from the eyes of other folks.
Easy enough to do.
And just have a total air of ease, as much as I can put on in this moment, and just say, what is the matter? You all look as though tragedy has struck.
Praxis. I thought you said we would be working together. Not invited to this, well, mortal coronation ceremony.
What is it you believe will transpire as a result of this declaration?
One of two things. This is Eleanor speaking. She looks, she looks on edge. Either we succeed with the endeavor that you proposed to us earlier in the evening, and they use this declaration of power to try and seize everything back from the rest of us in the city, or, on the other hand, it fractures us in a way that it seems you very much don't want to happen, and this whole thing fails.
I've always admired your mind, Eleanor, and I think it is admirable that you have kept your focus on our cause, and that therefore that has defined the path you see before us. So I'm going to ask you to put yourself on a different path for a moment. Think about what this declaration will do for the tower and its occupants. Did you mark Monsieur Hellier's rapid departure?
Of course.
As did I. Good. Have you seen the former sheriff of the Camarilla since early this evening, Dorian Evereast?
Cannot say I have. No.
I have. And I can tell you that he is most uncomfortable with the current state of affairs. Now, what you might not know is that between those two gentlemen sits a large proportion of the martial strength of the Camarilla. Now, the very thing you are afraid of happening to us is happening right now to them. And where do you think those two are going to take their grievances?
Indeed. You may be right. I may be right. As far as I see it, as far as I saw it, the Camarilla were fractured before this declaration. Perhaps now, even more so, like you say. The only people that know of this are the people in this room. At least for now.
For now.
I guess my question is, what do you propose we do about it?
Tonight has been about changing the position of powerful pieces on this board. There may yet be one more very important move that I will need your help with. When I say that our cause is supported by a great strength and a secret strength, beyond more even than you have seen thus far, what we have left to do tonight is to secure one of our most powerful pieces.
I see.
And I dearly wish that I could confide the entire truth of it to you. For now, wait for me. I have no doubt some other fallout to attend to from what has just happened, other messes to attend to. What I need to be able to do is rely on all of you to hold steadfast. I will not make you wait long. And what I can tell you is that the ultimate end to this project is but a few nights away. I have seen it as clearly as I see you now.
You don't need to convince her, nor Sebastian. You feel both of their trust, as though it were your own steadfastness in what you're saying. She stops for a moment, as she undoubtedly feels it too, and says, as much as this is not a place for us, not one in which I feel comfortable in any case, I'm happy to remain here, see if anything changes, see if people start talking. We will wait. If it is so soon as you say, and such large pieces are about to be taken, then I trust your judgment. And your confidence that this display will either serve to destroy the Camarilla from within, or, at the very least, do nothing to strengthen it.
Thank you for your trust. And then I'm going to turn to the other group, the other three, and say, I know that you find yourselves in a far different place than when you awoke. and I want to honor that. Sebastian and Eleanor have seen some of what I have seen. I want to do you the courtesy of showing it to you. Now, it may be tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, but I'm going to call upon you three again to join me, and I want to show you a secret. Something that I have not shown very many K-Knights at all.
I see.
I want you to understand the power that is waiting in all of you, and show you something magnificent that it can do. I'm afraid that's all I can say, but I will invite you to the theater
I
and
see.
show you.
So we will await an invite then.
Yes,
Sounds pleasant.
I believe it will be.
We will be here with the rest of your pack in the meantime. Regardless of the fact that this is not our environment, strength in numbers is important. And with everybody clearing off, we will be safer and of more use here for now.
Very good. This is a lesson. Remember that neither of our rival sects can ever learn for long. They must always fracture, turn inward, and explode. It is an advantage we will always have over them. I'll return soon. And then walk out and head towards the toilet room.
Absolutely.
I read some of the files while I wait and kind of both sit there for like a moment, like bathe in the support that she felt, her announcement. Go over some of the words and her like frustration with Jean-Baptiste's actions and being like, ugh, it would have been easier if he just stood there until the end. But then she will ultimately lean down, open a drawer, and the files will be there. She will
Awesome.
go through them.
I'm going to get you to roll intelligence academics, as this is coded.
Ooh.
At least the one on Monsieur Billard-Varenne.
If the information on Robespierre, you can have it. It's fine.
That is certainly not coded. But I'll tell you what that is afterwards.
That brings me to 3 successes. If I need more, I can.
No, 3 is what I was looking for. It's not too difficult, but it is a safeguard in any case. So, Monsieur Billard-Varenne, as you learnt when you were in the military museum, the Invalides, he was deployed to the provinces of France during the Revolutionary sort of war period, mostly in 1792, to quell anti-revolutionary activity and such, which they called representatives on mission. And he, in this diary that was sort of the main portion of his file, you managed to decipher his message as a sort of series of kind of impressions when he first got there and saw what all of these representatives on mission were doing to the counter-revolutionaries. I'll let it remain unsaid, but horrific sort of acts of, you know, kind of war criminality and such like that. Everything like that. And so the sort of progression of his diary over time is this kind of he sort of starts to become more and more disillusioned with the revolution and the process of it and everything that it comes to stand for, and seeing all of these provincial people, all of these French people, which the revolution sort of claims to represent, but is clearly not doing so in any regard. He eventually sort of turns against the revolution as a whole and his former comrades and such. And it ends, this journal entry, with a sort of statement that he will wait in hiding until he starts to hear flickers of anti-revolutionary, sort of anti-Robespierre, I should say, kind of activity, behavior, talk, and then make his move and come back into the world. So he's sort of lying in wait for those sparks to kind of begin to flare. That's what it says. And for Robespierre's, it's not written in code, it's just written. And it's essentially a detailing of what people have gathered about his life. He's from Arras, which is a sort of provincial town not too far away from Paris. He came here when he was a child to go to school. He learned to become a lawyer. And then it talks about his sort of political career in the French Revolution. He was a deputy in the Estates General and sort of was part of the tennis court oath and everything, and sort of did a lot for the revolution, sort of staying kind of quiet and in the background. And as things began to radicalize is when he sort of began to surge forward. It also says originally he was staunchly against things like the death penalty and such like that, and he didn't want to kill people, and continued to compromise more and more of that as counter-revolutionary behavior was coming in from overseas as well as within France and especially Paris itself, until he sort of exists as the entity that he is tonight, I suppose. But he became so popular initially in the revolution because of this sort of sense of incorruptibility that he kind of portrayed, always kind of obsessively thinking about what this country could be and the potential of it and its people, and his sort of almost fatal optimism about everything that it could become, and has therefore led to what it is now.
She has heard that word so much over the years, the incorruptible nature of Robespierre, and as she reads it, she just watches him become, like, he just immediately drops and starts giving in to these things. She can see it. She sees his belief shape who he is, his belief in what France could be, and the lengths he would go to keep it. But just as much so, when she reads Viren's file, she sees that his stance is still very similar, but his belief was never really in the revolution. It was keeping, like, almost order in a way, and then order shifted, and she finds the deeper beliefs behind these two men and tracks how everything else may have changed around it, but their belief ultimately stays the same. One for order and structure, the other for
Virtue.
what France could become like. And she's very interested watching their ultimate little shifts from staunchly believing into becoming disillusioned and being in the background to being the helm. She just, she bathes in it. This is everything that she loves to do, but she's reading this like it's not real, like it's some form of entertainment, like a little book, and she's like, oh, in hiding, how exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you sort of read through and kind of I guess bask in these little intimate insights into the sort of force of personality which reverberates throughout the entire world that you know in this particular sense. That's when Remy joins you. And I'll say that at about the same time, Maëlle, you also come in, back in, and just sort of close to the front of the palais. There is a room where you are together, alone, the first time.
I think no, I won't be obfuscated.
Okay.
When I sort of in a rush come into that room. And hopefully the two of them already there. Is Remy already there now?
Yep, I'm just walking in.
I wondered where you'd gone. I could not see you.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have wondered what the consequences were of your actions in that room.
I am.
Uh-huh. Because
Seeing whereabouts all the business.
it seems like the allies that we gathered the entire evening are set in an entirely different light when you went and claimed Praxis. And she says that with like air quotes.
Yeah. Did you not speak with I've
We
just
never
forgotten her name.
talked
What's her
about
name?
the Camarilla appointing a new prince or anything like that. We talked
I
about
spoke with
us
your Anarch
working
leader.
together.
She seemed in support of the concept, in fact.
Of a prince? Sure, buddy. No,
She
of
believed in
our
the concept
fight.
of the Camarilla being back in the fight.
You did not. I will speak for my sect. Remy can surely speak for his sect. That we did not support a new prince. We support working together with the
believe-
Camarilla.
Yes,
And
but
that means the
Camarilla
kindred. That
did
doesn't
not
mean it's
exist.
prince.
The Camarilla
Well,
did
the
not
Anarchs
exist. You
don't
cannot
exist
fight
either.
with
Do
the
you want us to
Camarilla.
appoint a baron? No, we were gonna
You
fight
have
like
a
this, not by
baron.
appointing a baron.
You have one.
No, we do not.
It's not Charlotte. What is her name?
Francine.
Francine. I was like, starts with C. No, it doesn't. Francine is your baron.
No, we do not have a baron at this moment.
Ah, so where you go to her for leadership?
You
Remy looks like.
you don't have a baron.
At this moment, of course we don't.
What on earth is Francine doing then?
Jesus fuck. This is not about that. This is about you making all of our allies pissed with your
I think
declaration.
you are merely the only one to be pissed.
Oh,
Oh,
you know
I was
why I was
certainly not
pissed?
the only one pissed.
Oh,
I don't refer to myself in this instance. In fact, I'm neither particularly surprised or particularly angry, but I cannot say the same for Monsieur Hellier.
yes, you were speaking to him before.
I was securing his allegiance, which, to listen to his initial reaction, seems to have just disappeared. I have my own theories about that.
Ah,
Look,
mhm.
I will be candid,
Of course.
Lucretia. Dominique may be prince, or may be labeled prince. But after tonight especially, how much longer do you think you're going to be able to pretend it is not your throne?
Well, as long as it's required.
I see.
Is there an issue with me not being the face?
No. I'm very curious. Very curious about how this will affect moves being done on the streets of Paris tonight. I, in part, think we might be able to take advantage of this.
Oh, most definitely. If there is allow me to explain the motion, as it would seem as if it were a power grab. I am reinstating the Camarilla into existence to serve, as I told Francine, to paint a target on our back. We are making ourselves public enemy number 2 so that pressure can be taken off the Anarchs, attention pulled away from possibly traitorous Sabat on the inside. We are serving as an ivory tower, a beacon that will be targeted so that movements on the ground will not be seen. A warehouse gone missing, hardly news when the Camarilla has a new prince. Francine seemed in support of it.
Yes, sure. You say that. I think I know the opinion of Francine more than you, but let's leave that in between for now. Um, you do know that if you, with your whole spiel up there, you claim that this is your domain, you know that that will not stand once we, hopefully, probably, will achieve our goal, right?
You mean that I
That,
own? Well, Dominique owns the Palais Royal.
mm-hmm, and that won't spread out to Paris as a whole. Just to be clear, just so that there are no, like,
Do you think I?
I don't know what you think, Lucretia, frankly to be said. I'm surprised that you're thinking something at the moment. But again, let's leave that between us for now, right?
Oh, very much so. But yes, I explained exactly why I did this thing. We are creating a target. If I had wanted to rule France, do you think I would not have stayed in a sabbat?
Mm. Again,
Hmm?
I'm not gonna talk about what you or may not think. You know what you did? You painted a target on your back. You know what you also did? You made more enemies than we already had to begin with.
Okay.
Has something
And
happened, Maya?
is you hungry?
Oh, sorry, it was a bit of a laugh there. No, I'm not hungry. I'm fine, thank you. You know what I had to do? Go and stake Hellier.
What did you
Oh,
find?
He was obviously not pleased with all of this. He was a danger to the mission. I had to
What?
follow the bastard and stake him.
You staked him.
I have him staked somewhere, yes.
within the Palais?
No, and I will not tell you where before I know that all of this is going well. But yes, I have him staked somewhere.
Oh, fantastic. She gives a golf clap.
So yeah, he was a danger. I saw him rushing off. I know that he probably sent word to Robespierre or someone else like that. He did,
Oh,
in fact, I think. I was too
oh,
late for that. He sent a letter with an owl somewhere. I don't know where, but it could very well be Robespierre.
You think he's been in contact with Robespierre?
I think
I
from now
highly doubt
on he
that.
was, well, not anymore, of course, but he
No.
was, I think.
I might be able to shed some light on his intentions. Purely speculation, I suppose. Do you know, just before you declared praxis on behalf of our Lord the Prince, Hellier made a deal with me
Oh, my
to promise.
apologies.
No. You could not have known. But it came cheap. And you see, just earlier this evening, Monsieur Évariste made a deal with me. And it did not come cheap.
No, that makes sense for Dorian.
Now, here is what I am seeing.
Mhm.
Is that one army to support our cause came at a high price. A second came cheaply. And furthermore, that general, to keep the picture going, is totally within your control right now.
Mhm.
Well,
Yes.
I'm not gonna wake him up.
Hmm.
One thing, though, is that I do my job properly, so he doesn't know who or what did this at the moment.
That could not be better.
I
Mhm.
know. You don't have to tell me.
Allow me to pay you a compliment.
Mm. You always work well, Mickey.
Do you understand? It is not his allegiance anymore that we have to promise someone. It is his literal body. As powerful as his army might have been
Mhm.
as a bargaining chip, right now we can promise that man to whomever we think it best to do so. Or, and perhaps I tip my hand a bit with this second option, or we make him the most loyal servant to our cause that could be imagined.
Mhm. I think I can see where you may be going with this, Remy.
Yes. Please. Yes.
Is it perchance similar to something we have done before to create another faithful partner?
I appreciate that that you understand the extent of what is possible. However, I put to you that there is no greater zeal than that of the converted. Now, if Monsieur Hellier can be convinced of his assailant's identity, that it is someone besides our friend Mael, perhaps some Camarilla treachery, perhaps someone to do with Robespierre, even. We can decide the most advantageous culprit.
Yes, yes.
If one of us is seen by him to relieve him of that bondage, well, then I think our position, our leverage has changed. And if we want an immediate result of some kind, if we want a particularly difficult assignment to be accomplished, why then we have a prime candidate to accomplish it for us.
Very much so. The reason his deal came so cheap is because of the work I had done earlier in the evening. If he was willing to make a deal with you, you may be the best of which to be the face that he awakens to. I worry, though, whether his allegiances would shift too drastically. His selfishness cannot be spoken more for, however.
You worry that he will join the Sabbat, you mean?
You are a very persuasive, attractive man, Remy.
Well,
Look, you're all talking very big plans here, but you forget one thing. I don't know yet if I'm gonna allow any of this to happen. I'm sorry, I do not. I'll need to think about it, because I have him staked right now. And I might want to keep him that way.
is there something you are not telling us, Mael?
I'm sure there are many things I'm not telling you, for good reasons.
Yes, but I mean something that we could be of assistance
What, help with?
A
Yes.
sounding board, counsel, perhaps? Help you talk about the things inside your head.
Thank you. Don't need therapy at the moment.
Not
What I will
therapy,
say
counsel.
is that I know that someone was watching me. Not me, masked me, me in disguise, when I was carrying Jean-Baptiste away. I know someone was watching me. I felt it. I don't know who, because I was not in the correct state of mind to notice at that point, but I know someone was watching.
Yes. Someone always is. That is why
Indeed.
I'm afraid
Let's hope
we need to make
it
a
is
choice.
him.
We need to make a choice, Mael. You have given us a great gift, and I hope you use it.
Yes, well, that great gift can wait until next night.
We may only have 2 nights.
Sure, and we have many other things to do as well. Hellier is really not the most important thing of that.
You really despise him.
He is easily despisable.
Both of you,
Indeed.
really,
Thank you,
truly.
Lucretia.
Yeah.
You spoke with him. He is
It is palpable.
horrid. I would love to see him staked on the floor, but he has people. I tried to soften him so that the deal would come cheaper, sweeter to others.
He was certainly beaten.
I am effective at what I do. It is unfortunate that I did not calculate for his ego. I thought he would be able enough to save face in face.
His ego is a prime weapon. It is
Yes, of
precisely what will
course.
keep him most steadfastly in our cause if we are the ones to save him.
Yes, he is a blunt tool, but he is a tool nonetheless.
Again, I really don't see the importance in him as you probably currently at this
He
moment
has
too.
many people, of which will help in the conflict.
If his
to come.
army consists of random mortals who just look pretty, then I'm doubting his army.
Have you seen?
Do you
Have
know?
you assessed its strength?
He had hundreds of people around him, all pretty faces.
Yes, and that is something that we can't readily replicate otherwise.
Are you
It's not that-
willing to place anarch lives instead of pretty faces?
You're not gonna. I'm
No, I am
sorry.
asking,
Really,
how
truly am,
important
but
is
you're
it?
not. Can you let me finish my sentence, Lucretia? Thanks. A bunch. I'm not gonna discuss his importance at this night anymore. I know his importance in my eyes. I know his importance in your eyes. They differ at the moment. I have him. And I'm gonna leave it at that for the moment. Because I am not sure that I want him walking around anymore.
Very well. Can discuss it when you're prepared to do so. If you're prepared to do so. We have other matters to see to, as you mentioned. There is the issue of a gathering shadow the good Archbishop referred to Tuileries. That is something which would secure at least moderately open support within my ranks. I have done my best within my means, but a promise from me has not been revealed to mean what it can truly mean to as many people as his support does.
The Tuileries is a difficult place. We did enter the prison, but I fear that it will be different at the Tuileries.
Yes. I have support, which you may have met this evening, I believe.
Yes, very pleasant.
I'm sure. I can count on them. They are the first step, however. I should like to attend to this. Is there any other matter of great import we must account for before doing so, or in addition?
Understanding what the shadow is would certainly be a help.
Yes.
I fear that that may not occur outside the walls.
Yes, I have my suspicions. But I will turn suspicions into confirmations. I believe the Archbishop is cleaning house.
Remy, make a check for me. It will be, I think, it'll definitely be intelligence and either investigation or politics.
Okay, go with politics.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 successes.
Cool. Perfect. 3 is good. Because it's not entirely a priority here. Because there is a lot of very area-specific political things going on in Paris currently. But on a broader scale, this is the period of time wherein rages the First Sabbat Civil War between the Zemizzi and the La Sombra. And the Archbishop's worry or awareness of gathering shadows after, as you would know, he has spent a lot of time securing his and his clan's supremacy over the sect in the city may speak to his request of you.
Okay. Just for... Does that mean that he wants us to kill Saint Just?
Shadows La Sombra.
Probably not, given the fact that Saint Just doesn't really hang out beneath the Tuileries that much.
Just making sure that wasn't
Yeah.
gravitas.
It was in the back of my mind of gathering shadows, and I was like, the one person most steadfast to Robespierre is the La Sombra.
Okay. Yeah, it's just that I know that Raquiel seemed very sure that Remy knew what he meant by that, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't a
no.
forgetting.
No.
What he meant by
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand.
Gotcha. So there's some La Sombra at the place.
You can assume as much. Something like that.
All right. Well, yes, in that case, what if I can request your assistance in addressing this matter, then it might go a great distance in securing that deeper support that we need. I believe the Archbishop, that is shoring up his own interests in a greater sectarian trouble, and the La Sombra are involved.
I could offer my assistance if there is a way to ensure my safety, getting in and out of the building. Whilst I am very skilled, I cannot take on this Sabbat in full strength. And I'm also not very secretive or well hidden.
No.
But you're fast.
Yes.
And you can hear well.
Yes.
Like you could be inside in any minute.
If there is a clear enough path, yes.
Yes. All of this is true. The two of you possess gifts on that front that I do not. However, of the three of us, my face might be the least unwelcome to simply be present. So, if we are able to isolate those who we expect the Archbishop wishes dealt with, something I might be able to help with, then perhaps we can remove them.
Thoughts whether you can, if they literally reside in the base of the Tuileries, if you can draw them out of an evening to a park to discuss, to a show, that becomes much more achievable. If you need drugs to do so, I can procure some.
I don't suspect that will be the issue.
No.
But you are right. Some external location, a place where they would feel safe. I simply can't have word escape that Le Bon Diable is a place where Sabbat go to die or disappear.
There are other theaters. A competitor of which you would like removed.
But indeed, there are also rooms beneath the Tuileries. Hallways, tunnels, back rooms. You know, these places
External
can...
exits, perhaps.
Well, exits are a temporary thing, with enough persuasion. If we can accomplish this, then perhaps again we can return to the discussion of what to do with some of our other pieces on this board.
I agree.
Lucretia, is
All
there
right,
some business
two
you need to
things.
attend to? Yes?
First of all, Brachiel said that you had done it before. What does he mean by that? Second of all, if you want to fight them or dispose of them down in the hallways underneath the Tuileries, it's gonna be fucking dark there. We're gonna need to have something to our advantage, because fighting a Lasombra in a dark room is not really a combination for success.
This is true. The Archbishop's reference. There have been many times in our sex history wherein allegiances to clans sometimes supersede prudence and allegiance to the sect as a whole or the cause. I believe he is solidifying his position in a way that is similar to what he has done in past. The Lasombra are known for having infiltrated kind churches, and churches have not fared well as of late. Convenient. I have been party to some of that, or at least witness.
It is frustrating that we must do this errand for Brachiel when he is the most powerful kindred in France. But if we can play this correctly, get them out of these dark hallways, get them into a moonlit garden, perhaps. There will always be shadows of the night. But if we can reduce them as much as possible, success will find
Now,
us.
one gift, perhaps ambiguous as it may be, one gift that the events of tonight offers me as leverage is to walk into this with the upsetting news that someone has declared praxis.
I benefit. Oh, if only someone had planned for this.
What I mean to say is that there will be those within those
Yes.
walls who would be eager to hear details,
Oh, very
salacious
much.
as
Yes,
they might be, and someone who is equipped to share them might be able to draw them into such a place where such things can be planned.
of course. Yes. Gather everyone to tell them. Select ears finding that information faster than everybody else in the town. Also, I don't think you don't sleep in the toilet, do you? It's just like a court place, right?
For, the sort of kindred and kind that you're aware of, they don't. Most
Okay.
of them, stay in townhouses around it and such, but
So it's
yeah.
like it's not going to be like populous of an evening.
No. Well, by this time the convention meeting would have wrapped up as well,
Yeah.
so yeah.
As long as there is not a convention meeting, it should not be too many people of which to handle.
Very well.
And you can use your own pack to divide the group if need be, should there be more than we thought of.
Indeed, some of them may already have information to that end, or be aware by some degree of separation who might match this description.
Yes.
Good.
The other thing we must put on the table while we actions plan is we must find where the Galbert is.
What are your plans for him?
Oh, hold on, wait. That was just between Francine and Mael. Not everyone knows about the
No,
Galbert, right?
only Mael knows
Got it.
about that. Mm-hmm.
Got too hyped up. I
But
take it
we've
back.
met.
We have met him.
He's lovely.
Yeah.
But you could bring up the weapons factory.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going for. I was going very roundabout way of being like, the other thing we must push for is the factory in the south. Come up with some kind of plan of which we can secure that. But I believe that that must be the final move, as that will surely prompt retaliation on a grander scale. So it should be the final move.
Yes. It would likely be seen as pieces of the same puzzle that includes the murder of several other Sabbat in the lead up to it.
Yes, best it be the final piece to reveal an image, not a large piece of which the puzzle is destroyed before it is finished.
Right. Up to that end, we'll have to go talk to Aaron de Galbert, so that he doesn't mingle in our attempts to get the weapons factory back, or if all goes well, maybe help in the attempts. But for now, he wants that place for himself.
So he
And-
is aligned with Francine, as they both want the warehouse.
He is what?
Aligned with Francine.
Yes, well, I think it'll need a different context to convince him, but essentially he could be aligned, yes.
Do you know where he is?
No, at the moment I don't.
What is the plan?
Go murder some shadows, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, can do that. I think it's like a bit of a divide and conquer. I'll talk my pack buddies
Bit of
into
an ambush setup.
yeah, looking around to see if we can isolate these people, have chats with them. If Remy can get one of them at a time alone in certain places,
Mm-hmm.
then we can arrange the chop shop.
Yeah, certainly. To save time, I will ask what it is that you want from them. Do you want them to be stationed around to make sure people don't get in or out? Do you want them to keep the people within the Tillery Palace occupied while you go down? What would you like them to do?
I think the first use, I guess it depends on what they know. If any of them know some La Sombra agents who this might be
None of them
referring
know
to, probably
anything
not.
about any
No,
of this.
That's
Yeah.
to be expected.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would think the most believable thing, something that is just true, is that they have heard that some Camarilla wanker has just declared praxis.
They have indeed.
Yeah, they're familiar with that, and they're genuinely angry.
Oh,
about
yeah.
that. Yep. So just to kind of just vent that a little bit and just sort of explain. Yeah.
I don't know if this is too on the nose, but like a reason to get them out, because I feel like La Sombra are not going to want to just like, yes, we'll willy-nilly come outside with you. Is using your like theater antics to be like, Malkavian, let me look at the stars and tell you how well this is gonna go and look into the future and shit. And they'll be like, yeah, we'll come outside with you. Let me see the moon and show you what's about to fucking happen, Lamal, and then
So
just a concept.
what I'm getting is that you want to bring these guys with you and use them to try and convince this mysterious La Sombra to come with them or something like that.
I think the way Remy would want to play it is to say that like each of them will behave not as though they were at the Elysium, but that they've just been talking to someone who heard this and like, this is what happened. Like, can you believe that? Or even to keep it closer to the truth, to be like they were like on a kind of stealth spy kind of mission to look in and like saw this and had to get out and say this, whatever it is. I think Remy want to play it so that like they all have this like energy of like, we can't wait. Something needs to happen now. A few of us are meeting over here. Someone who was really there is putting something together. All right, yeah, like this is tonight. This is a night where like legends are going to be made in the Sabbat kind of thing.
Okay.
We can do it now. Like to get people
just one Lasombra.
Yeah. So it might be a bit,
however many of them.
I understand.
Kind of a finesse thing. The idea is to get them to be like, at various points, even if it's like a few of them with one person who they figure out is Lasombra if they can, to like get them to play that so that they bring them out to meet me.
Okay.
I'm the person who like is there or whatever, like is planning something.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'm going to get you to roll charisma persuasion. In terms of getting the Sabbat to go along with this. That's what the outcome of this goal will be.
Yeah. Meaning my pack buddies.
Yes, exactly.
To hide somewhere nearby. I'm not very good at hiding, but I'll try.
When the roll is resolved, I will, however, suggest that we briefly split up and reconvene. Not taking long, but
Remy may need that to happen as well, depending on how this goes. We'll see. Okay. Remy's gonna rouse the blood.
Okay.
Calculated risk at this point.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little bit edgy at the moment.
Actually, I can offer you, before we leave, to make sure that everyone's of right mind, I can find some of the workers at the Palais Royal that are not on drugs if you want like a clean drink.
I don't think he wants that.
He needs
opiates.
Yeah.
He needs not just any
Needs
drugs.
opiates.
Like
Okay.
specifically, it needs to be opiates. Otherwise, he's at a
Hey,
disadvantage to things.
but maybe if you start frenzying, then it'll all be fine.
It'll be
because,
interesting. It'll be interesting, that's for sure. Love to see him ride that wave. Okay, so rousing the blood. That is a fail.
Oh,
Remy is
boy.
at 4 hunger.
You're at 4 hunger.
4 hunger.
Okay, you don't have
but
to
I
make
got
a
2 more
frenzy
dice.
check yet, but
Yet.
it's getting close.
Okay.
Mael and Remy really representing polar opposites at the moment.
Oh my god. Oh, that is real bad. We're gonna spend a willpower.
Maybe
on
not
that.
for long, though.
No, true.
Cursed.
Oh no.
That is I rolled 8 dice. I got 2 successes, even after a willpower check. I rolled 3 blanks, changed them to 3 blanks.
Adam.
Rest in pieces.
Yeah, with 2 successes, the other pack are too scared to go out.
That's too much of them.
After everything that's happened, they feel good about this plan, but also they are aware of the fact that they need to remain secure and not sort of show themselves. They're aware that their minds can be read potentially at any moment. There are a lot of Sabbat Toreador amongst Robespierre's brood. Your pack, Eleanor and Sebastian, say that we can keep lookout if you want, but we're young. We can't really be seen in the Palais Royal. We're not from so not the Palais Royal, the Tuileries Palace, just because we're not from the sort of brood of the National Convention. We're of lower class. They keep security guards there and they're checking everybody all the time to make sure that they are members and stuff. And they sort of are happy to keep watch and go out with you and sort of stick around, but they don't want to go inside.
All right. Yep. This will be complicated.
Mm.
So then I'll explain that to the group. That's what we're doing. So if we need to break away and then reconvene near the Tuileries appointed time soon, we can do that.
Yeah, I think during the whole conversation, Maya was sometimes like absent-minded,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she will suggest to quickly split up and reconvene, because she seems on edge. Maybe it's hunger, maybe it's something else. Who knows?
Yes, I will need to get changed.
Mm. Okay, cool. So
Actually,
Stress.
speaking of being on edge, if we see each other after this sort of failed
Mhm.
hunger-inducing attempt at rousing up the pack, Remy might try to pull Mael aside.
Okay.
It's something he's been restraining himself from doing for a long time. He is losing restraint.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave. I'll be
Yeah.
like, I have to get changed. Bye.
Okay.
Sure, I'm sure that as we go outside, then Maya will only obfuscate when she's outside. So
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You can catch each other before you exit. As Lucretia goes to her boudoir and changes into sort of more street appropriate dress once more.
Atsu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
this is what the kids wear these days.
Mael, I've been meaning to say to you when we are alone. First, whatever you decide with Hellier, I understand. You don't need to explain. Beyond that, something has been sitting at the back of my mind since a very early conversation we had. You have mentioned several times shackles, a hold, a wall, restriction, something that means you never feel quite free. Is that a fair description?
Yeah.
If you don't know what has caused that feeling, and you want to find out, I believe that I can help you do that.
And and you would be able to do that how?
I don't think you will enjoy it, but all of our vitae holds strange secrets. And I know you've seen some degree of its power, but that's not what I mean. I have perfected a ritual of sorts that might allow you, I believe will allow you, to answer a question like this about yourself. It is a question asked in blood and answered in blood, and I believe when it is complete, I can't guarantee you will like the answer you receive, or even fully understand it. But I know what it is like to be bound. Anyway, if you want to try it, I believe I have a better chance now than I ever have of helping you find out.
How how do you think that this would help me find out whatever it is that's keeping me trapped? I know you have good instincts, Rami, but
This, I thank you. This is not a matter of instinct. I have made it a purposeful and repeated study to lose myself. And most people believe that is a silly or a little bit strange thing. That it is trivial. That it is nonsense. And I let them believe that. I prefer it, in fact. But some of the secrets in our blood, they are the truths of ourselves. And we can only find them when we participate in moments that fracture ourselves. If we can walk to the limit of our own identities and allow them to be suspended in ether for a moment as though we do not exist, then suddenly the truth of who we are is there, like it's someone else. I have, in part, done it. I've never told
Remy,
you
are
about...
you...
What is it?
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is the nature of your concern. But I know precisely what it feels like to be utterly at the whim of a voice in the dark. And I have spent years of my unlife gathering back my own. It is not hypothetical. I believe that in your blood is the secret of whatever this is, whether it is another Cainite who has this hold over you, or some experience that lurks there. I use dreams as an avenue to find such things, but they lurk in your vitae as sure as mortal hearts beat and mortal lungs breathe. That is where they hide. It is only a matter of teasing them out. If you have lived it, if it has happened to you, then it is there, and we can find it.
I will take a step closer and put a hand on Remy's shoulder. Remy, are you sure this is the best moment? You seem more out of it than usual.
You must understand. It is at precisely such moments when I am as lucid as I can be.
Ever since we parted ways, I always doubted why I trusted you, why I participated in all the things we did in those decades together as a pack. But one thing I did realize in the last nights is that even though I wasn't myself, you still had my back. And it seems like in current nights, with the new context and all of that, I'm starting to believe that you still do. Maybe that's on me, maybe that's something you are trying to make me believe, but I'll keep it at that for the moment.
I know it may be that we can no longer have the kind of connection that once we did in those days. Thank you, though, for telling me that. As much as I did then, I still now one of the greatest feasts I can know, alongside that of a pure and prophetic dream, is to witness someone as strong as you believe in themselves and really revel in your power and potential. That to me is what it is to be a pack priest, but also just to be alive with this inside of me. That is what that means. And yes, I want you to have that, even if it is not through the grace of the Vauldery.
You're not my pack priest anymore, Remy. You never will be anymore. That is in the past. But if you are offering to help me in such a way, at this moment I would be foolish to decline, because I already declined the help of another. And if I keep doing that, then maybe I will continue to roam centuries with this feeling. And if I need to choose between getting help from Brachial or you, then at least I know that you won't hold any information that you may get above me like a guillotine.
That means a great deal to me, Mael. Thank you. No. I don't wish for you to have cause to fear me. Not that you should. And I'm not entirely sure you really fear a guillotine. But I appreciate it. You name the time that you are ready to try, and I will make preparations.
Where are you planning to head right now?
I need to eat. So I think to the theater to refresh myself, and then to our rendezvous.
I think that unless you have another opinion on that, that because Remy said that this moment would be the best that she could possibly follow to the Bon Diable.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And the moment that he still needs to feed and all of that could be the moment that I just hop off to do the tiny little thing that I want to do, because Mael's paranoid at the moment. Which is, guess, go and check up on Jean-Baptiste.
Yeah, certainly.
So either it be that before that or after that. That's
Yeah.
what she's gonna do as well.
I'll tell you that you can easily go and do that. And he is still there, just as you left him. Yeah.
To be clear about that, because you cannot hold that against me in the future, Mael will do that obfuscated.
Mm-hmm.
So
no,
that
I'm
he
not
does
gonna.
not
I'm not gonna
see-
do any gotcha moments. That's fine.
Gotcha. I saw you.
I'm not that kind of not that kind of GM.
Monologuing when you came into the room was such a strange choice, Mia.
Oh, I can't believe you staked him. That's so cool.
But yeah, all right. If she checks up on him, she sees that he's still there, then that's good. Then
Okay.
she can go before that or after that to the Bon Diable.
Yeah, certainly.
He hears a groan, "Get out of my room." And then you say, "I'm not in your room." And then you stand at the doorway and go, "Not yet."
Oh god, real sibling hours.
Sibling energy, get out.
Okay, so Mael and Remy head to the theatre, with Mael making a slight deviation along the way. As that is happening, before the break, we'll turn to Lucretia momentarily.
I thank you.
What is it that... You're welcome.
I'm kidding. Lucretia will literally go to her room, align herself with Dominique finishing up his passing thing, and they're probably just gonna have sex to pass the time, I think.
Great.
Celebratory little boink with a hug.
Okay, I'm not
You
going to
know.
use the B word, but yeah. Okay, you do
Yep.
that.
That's what we're
While
doing to pass the time.
Mael and Remy head to the theatre, what is it that you do afterwards? You still find yourself
Me?
alone.
Right, yeah. Get dressed. Probably wear a darker colored dress because she's like, I need to be sneaky. Yeah, she's probably being really dramatic about it. She's like slicking her hair back into like a really tight bun on the back of her head. She's like, can I move? She's double checking her weapons. Like she understands that she's about to be in a very risky situation, and aesthetic is actually taking a back seat,
Yeah.
but it is still primed at the front of her head. It's like the rouge is a darker colored red, but it's still there. She's using like the equivalent of eyeshadow, some kind of like darker powder around her eyes and stuff. Yeah, she's getting kitted up, and then she's going to. We would have agreed on a spot probably outside the Tuileries to meet up. So then she would, as stealthily as possible, whether that be actually sneaking or whether that be moving between crowds, of being that becoming what is needed to fit into a crowd. Like, oh my god, yes, loves Robespierre, and then move through and be like, yep, into another crowd. You'll be like, Robespierre has to fall. Oh, horrible. And then get closer and closer.
Great, perfect. As you make your way, through the streets of the sort of north bank of the Seine, I'm gonna get you to just make me a wits awareness check.
Okie dokes. That is 3 successes.
Perfect. I'm also gonna get you to make me a rouse check for me. Just a rouse
Got
check.
it. Success.
Okay. You still feel this with 3 successes, but it doesn't affect you too badly. It's just a slight kind of discomfort where the blood within you shifts strangely. Almost as if there's something beneath your feet trying to pull your vitae down into the ground.
Oh. I wouldn't know what this is, would I?
You can make an intelligence occult check if you'd like, but
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, she probably isn't. But okay.
There's a very specific
that's
thing.
None successful.
Okay. No, it's just a weird feeling. Maybe you imagined it. Maybe it's the anticipation of what you're about to do, where you're about to go.
Something like pulling her, like her blood moving into the ground. Her being the egotistical woman that she is probably just like, Perry is rewarding me for the things I've done. Perry itself is like, yes, you are part of it. And she's like, yes, of course. She's just, ooh.
Yeah. The city itself is sort of claiming you as one of its own in a strange way. But yes, this is a strange thing that you feel as you're walking across.
Yep.
And one last thing. Remy, when you arrive a little before Mael. You're here on your own for a little bit. What is it that you do?
Remy gotta eat.
Mm.
It's looking dire.
Yeah.
So I think he would make fast tracks downstairs to
Absolutely.
get and see what's on the menu.
The usual fare. You do not see the fellow that you fed from a couple of nights ago, Monsieur Villon. You recognized him as. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But plenty of others sort of dazed on the various couches, leaning up against the sort of wall, staring at this kind of vast ceiling, finding their own stories within it and such.
Yeah, I guess I'll probably find a harder time keeping up the usual ruse of like, going by to tend to people, make sure they're adjusted on their cushions or like, lights aren't in their eyes or whatever, and just sort of like eeny meeny miny bang.
Yeah.
see who looks like they've got some rapid eye movement going maybe. And
yeah, that's right. Somebody's eyes flicking from painting to painting as though they're following it as if they're reading a book or something like that. A woman who
Just
looks to be
grab someone's eye. Close enough.
probably in her 50s or something of that nature, sort of older, finding some kind of relevance in whatever it is she's seeing in her drug-induced haze. Because you are at 4 hunger, as you bite into her, I'm going to get you to roll a hunger frenzy check for me. So all of your remaining unspent willpower, please. Temper the beast for this long, and it. Ooh, oh no.
All of my dice are cursed.
You're at 4 hunger?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. So, in this situation, because you are in a place where people are not in the right mind to spring up and stop such a thing from happening, to say the least. You bite down into this woman's sort of her neck, wherever you can get at it first. The beast is working through you almost, and as you taste it, this sort of heavy phlegmatic resonance, this dyschria even, will say that if you make any rolls for either Auspex or Dominate for the rest of this night, it will come at a slight what do you call, like, advantage. You'll get more dice to such rolls because of the overwhelming resonance of this blood.
Nice.
But that comes at a cost in this case. The beast has been laying dormant without getting what it needs for a little bit too long. And you've had quite a night, made and broken several deals of magnanimous importance. And as you bite in, you feel yourself take a back seat for the purposes of this. Now I'm going to ask you, as you sort of start to bite this woman, it is a lot more brutal than what we saw with Monsieur Villon the other night. You're not in control of yourself at all. You can regain control of yourself momentarily through spending a willpower for a single turn. Otherwise, you will just continue.
Now, my question is, given the nature of what Remy's into and values and like his deal, one of the discipline that Remy uses to look into people's dreams or visions while feeding doesn't require a rouse check or anything.
No.
Can I choose to have Remy ride this wave and witness the dreams of this person as they fade?
It's difficult because it's a conscious decision that you have to make. It's not something that occurs passively, and you're not in control of yourself to make such decisions at this time. If you want to be really messed up, you can take control of yourself for a turn, use that, and then go back to riding the wave. But that's the only way it could work in this situation.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking that he would just love the chance to see dying dreams, like what that looks like for a person who dies in their state. Maybe he already has. I reckon he's gonna do it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's not in a restrained mood.
No, absolutely not. Quite the opposite. Okay, so it'll cost you 1 willpower.
Okay.
And then River of Dreams is a free action, as you said. It doesn't require a rouse check at this particular time. And you take the position of an audience member. I'm assuming it's River of Dreams that you're using here.
Yes,
yeah.
Sorry, that's the one. There are several relevant ones.
Yeah, that's right. Take a seat as a front row audience member for the final act of the performance of this woman's life. I'm not going to quote Shakespeare, but you sort of get a strange kind of amalgamation, I'll say, of whatever it is she's seeing through this drug-induced haze, and a kind of almost chemical, almost instinctual influx of memory. So all of these sort of the paintings of figures, or maybe not even figures, or people that she kind of envisions as figures, the constellations take on these human forms, embodying the gods that they represent through name. But these figures take on the likeness of people you understand through this mental connection as members of her family that have done her wrong, betrayed her sort of to the revolution, left her at times of need when she needed them the most. And there is this sense of deep, it's not melancholia, it's a kind of detached departure from all of this, as though she's sort of sitting beside you in the proverbial kind of audience seats, watching all of this happen to herself and growing more and more weary as it drones on, as more and more people come into her life and leave her, and every time somebody new comes in, she gets excited, ecstatic about the prospects that they may sort of give to her, but then they just leave as well. And it is this sort of fatal pattern, so much so that she eventually sinks down into the depths of your theater and engages in nothing but herself anymore, and the pleasures of detaching herself from all of this pain that she has felt. And as this sort of all of these people run off into the distance, you sort of hear her sigh, almost in content next to you, as everything kind of fades away, as blood starts to kind of I guess fill up the dream, this escape, into like a pool that sort of, I guess, fills up and up and up like it's in a tank or something, until you're both sort of drowning in it, swimming in it, and she can't breathe, but you don't need to. And it ends in a sort of a sea of red, wherein she finds peace.
Would you say that fulfills a very particular need that Remy has on the feeding front?
Definitely. Absolutely.
All right. So am I correct that he is now at Hunger Zero?
He is indeed at this, the sort of world full of blood that you gorged yourself on, sort of psychologically. The beast basks in that, and so do you. And the harmony between you makes it sort of merge into your conscious self, and it ceases to sound out against you in any way.
I think Remy will just sit back, sort of in what would look probably like an opiate-induced haze to anybody watching, and just sort of let that just like sink totally through him and be utterly at peace for the first time in probably a long time.
Absolutely. Quite a long time, I imagine.
Yeah, he doesn't tend to actively seek this out very often, but it just came.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of an ad-libbed version of it, but nonetheless, deeply satisfying for both aspects of your vampiric self. And as you finish that, Mael arrives back at the theatre. We will take this opportunity to have a brief break and come back to see through the rest of this night, perhaps. Thank you, everybody, for coming to watch so far, and we will be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for the break, and let's just hop right back into it. Now, to begin with, Remy, Mael arrives back in Le Bon Diable after taking a short deviation elsewhere for a moment. And you meet her sort of in the theatre itself, and following her a little bit behind are the other pack, as well as your own, who have sort of come here seeking momentary refuge. They feel a lot more comfortable in the presence of their own sect as opposed to within the Palais Royal, and you were the one that convinced them to take up arms in this way rather than the Camarilla itself. But yes, you two meet with each other after you have finished feeding downstairs.
Yeah, I would say Remy looks noticeably more composed.
I was gonna ask that question.
Just cool as a cucumber, steady hand. Back to his usual self. Maybe even oddly calm compared to normal. So welcome everyone, and say, if you come with me, I'd like to make you all part of something. This way, and going to walk along the side of the theater, sort of just looking over how everything's going, the state of the place.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Great as
down.
always. Lovely.
Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's having hopping time.
Yes.
That's great. That's what we want. And then Remy's going to lead everyone down to a very different place, down the sort of back stairs, to the oubliette. And I don't know if the other Sabat pack has seen this place before.
Oh, they would not have, I imagine.
Would not have.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna walk them through and take everyone into that sort of private office area that's on that level, and gather them in that room, which is sort of a sparse room with a desk in the middle, and then the one painting on the wall behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Mayel will look kind of skeptical as all of the other, well, some known Sabbat, some not known sect, kindred are there as well.
All right. I have brought all of you here to participate in something that is very important to me. And I hope it is going to help. I hope it is going to help our friend, Mael, and I hope that for the rest of you in your participation in this. I hope that it gives you a glimpse at something like the reason why I believe so strongly in what we are doing. But you will understand better than I can say soon, I hope. All right. Mael, if you would come here closer to the painting on the wall. And then Remy will arrange 3 each, the 2 packs, kind of on either side of that painting, sort of flanking it, and invite Mael to stand in front of it directly. And then I'll stand sort of directly kind of next to her, and then say, what I'm going to need for you to do, Mael, is focus with all of your senses and the entirety of your mind on my voice. Keep your eyes on the painting in front of you. And it's a kind of dark oil painting of stagnant water, kind of purples and blues mixed in with deep blacks, sort of vague reflections on the corners.
Remy will get she won't say anything about it, but he will get for a moment, a questionable look with like a raised eyebrow. But then like after a second or two, a small nod and say, sure thing, bud.
I want you to feel yourself adrift and away. There is no land. There is only water and sky. Keep your eyes on the painting and your ears on my voice. And then Remy is going to pause and then invite the 2 packs to all hold their hands outward.
They do
wrists
so.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the sky has a horizon that meets the water's edge. There is a setting sun, the first you have seen in a long time. Remember its colors: pink, purple, and blood red.
Hmm.
Allow the blood red to overwhelm. First, it's purple, and then the pink, and brighter orange and yellow, until that sky is only red. Allow that water in its darkness to drink in the red of the sky. And the painting will change if you're focusing on it.
It is at this point where I'll get you to make that roll. Resolve plus occult, add your specialty, and add the amount of dots you have in your rete merit for this.
Okay, I will do that, and then I will also rouse the blood. Find of you who isn't cursed, if you exist. Let's see. That's a fail. So it'll be at hunger one.
The momentary reprieve from
Oh, God,
hunger is fleeting.
Okay. Here they go. Now, because unspent willpower is part of the roll, does that mean that I cannot use a willpower to reroll?
Unspent willpower isn't a part of the roll. So I just want you to roll your resolve attribute, your occult skill. Add 1 dice for your specialty,
That's right.
and
Okay.
then
I had the right number anyway.
Oh, good.
Good.
You can spend willpower though, absolutely.
Cool. I will spend a willpower to reroll 3 of these. Okay. So y'all, I was saving it all up for this one, clearly. Give me a second.
Yes.
Let's get that clank propulsion going.
With a crit, that is 11 successes.
Mael, I'm not sure how it looks when this painting changes for you, but it changes. Do you think, Remy, it would be a sort of abstract change, or would some forms come into focus, sort of telling story of some kind?
What I imagine is that it begins as just Mael probably seeing the ripple of raindrops on the surface of this water, and the sudden sensation that this stagnant, painted water is real for a moment, that you can see it rippling and changing with rain that is red as blood. And then as those drops hit the canvas, and the redness kind of spreads, and it changes all of those darker colors to just blood red. That's when shapes will start to sort of form themselves in the painting for Mael to see.
And you can ask her 2 questions here, of which the answers to her will become strikingly clear, shaping the answers in the painting as they emerge in her mind.
Mael, who shackles you?
Storyteller, how does this work? Do I see things in the painting? Do I?
How Remy has flavored this, I'll say that at Remy's question, there's sort of a kind of pulsing something in the painting, in the redness, and then the sort of the blood that rains down into this water kind of ripples and shapes itself into the figure of somebody that you perhaps recognize from long ago, but haven't seen for a very long time at this point, but nonetheless somebody that you indeed recognize.
And just for my sake as a player, is the answer very clear or still somewhat vague?
Very clear.
As in, okay, so I can know the details.
Indeed. You know who they are, what they are to you, what they're doing.
And do I have to say the truth?
You don't have to say the truth if you don't want to, but you can see it.
All right, that's enough. Then I know what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think there'll definitely be a pause where Mael doesn't immediately answer. So focus on the painting though. It's it's my it's blood.
Always.
It's no. It isn't supposed to be. Blood isn't supposed to. Nothing makes blood that special. My sire.
Maya, can you break your chains?
I guess that's possible. It's possible. I would like to, not actively, but flavoring wise, rouse check to for feral weapons to activate.
Yeah, certainly. Mm-hmm.
So I'll just rouse check the system wise, but it's just meant for flavoring.
Yeah, that's
not
fine.
Gonna attack anyone.
Yeah, that's good.
I have a success.
Wonderful.
So the beast stays very, very quiet.
Yeah.
This is just my L.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, you'll notice an air around Mael that is increasingly becoming angry, becoming violent as she continues looking at the painting, and you'll see like claws just popping out and flexing a bit. And it'll continue to increasingly like become worse as they're standing there. She'll turn her gaze from the painting eventually if she's able to.
Yeah.
If there is a sort of truth as to whether or not you can hopefully you know it now.
Being able to and actually succeeding in that is a different thing. I don't- to be quite frank, if I haven't escaped it yet, I don't know if I still will.
You can. And you will.
I've had one tormentor my entire unlife, Remy, and it's been him. For whatever reason he has, I don't know. And I don't even it's not about me hating the gift that he gave me, to not freedom, but the keys that he gave me. But for 2 centuries, to finally come to the realization that there's one person in this existence that continuously promises you freedom that you never had to begin with. To find out that they're the reason that you do not have it. It makes a person angry.
Good.
She looks like she wants to say something, but then she looks to the other Sabat in the room. So it looks like she's about to say something, but then she just stops and she...
I'll turn to them and say, could you give us a moment? Speak soon.
It takes a little bit of time for them to come down from being in this shared space. They don't see what Mael sees, but that choleric feeling that's overtaking her currently is both a sort of aura that extends out kind of unspokenly, but also something that is inherently felt. So it takes them a moment to come down from that, but eventually and wordlessly, as though they're in some kind of strange stupor, not unlike the people within the theater outside, they leave almost ghastly in their silence.
I think Mael will go to sit on the desk. And the claws still visible will just she'll take one of the claws index finger and pull it across her palm. But then, since it's not that big, and if needed, although it's not a big wound, she would rouse check and stuff, but it would heal immediately again.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with the blood still remaining on her claw, she'll say, I never understood your fascination with blood. With Fight Day.
How do
Doesn't
you feel now?
hold. It doesn't hold any particular gifts, or I mean, makes us who we are, but what makes it so special?
Everything you have been, done, seen, lost. There is an echo of it there. A shadow. It is not easy to look at them. If you spend enough time with them, then it is this place that begins to feel insubstantial.
You always talk in riddles.
And to think, I feel like I'm speaking so straightforwardly. You don't have to
Maybe.
believe what I believe, but I'm glad you've seen a little bit of what I have seen.
An answer that makes more questions.
You can ask them if you wish.
I don't think you're the right person to ask.
Ah.
I
Well.
think there's someone else who can answer.
I suspect there is someone else who has much to answer for.
I don't know when. It's not like I can track them down or anything.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Can you promise me something?
What is that?
If I do find them again, and when I do confront them about this, maybe I'll be, not maybe, a certainty is that I'll be walking out of that conversation, that discussion. I'll be walking out of there. But if they've been able to keep this from me for centuries, I don't know how I'll be able to walk out of there. If I come out and I'm not myself, promise to help me find it again.
I promise.
With that, we turn to Lucretia, who has sort of arrived in the vicinity of the Tuileries Palace, but there is a lot around it. This is the center, the heart of the city, literally right in the middle, on the banks of the Seine, sort of, you know, the sprawling districts of Paris sort of spiraling off in all directions outside of here. What would you like to do?
I think she probably waits for a few minutes, because that's usually, she arrives a little bit before most people usually, so that she can get a lay of the land before anything happens. But after a particular amount of time, I think she realizes that there be a delay. She's going to keep an eye on this location, probably.
Yep.
But she's quick, so she
Very.
knows that she can probably go out to do something and be back before anyone gets there. So she knows that of a sect, Jean-Baptiste is out of commission as it stands. But Dorian had not been seen early on, and he wanted everyone to be together. So if she can find Dorian, tell him that the Camarilla is back up in business, then she could better secure, as Remy put it, the martial side of the Camarilla. So she is going to try and find Dorian.
Okay. Dorian is quick, but you are quicker.
Yes.
I'm going to get
Corridors
you.
flock together.
Oh, yeah, that's right. In a certain amount of ways. I am going to get you to roll for me Resolve.
Got it.
And Streetwise.
And Streetwise. Nice. Could I use heightened senses to get a little auspex on this?
Heightened senses. It technically
Vision to spot him.
Yeah, it technically only works for awareness rolls, but I'll allow it this time because you are looking for somebody as well.
That's another dot. It's not anything.
That's okay.
That is 4 successes.
Wow. Okay. Very, very good.
Yeah.
Dorian is not necessarily trying to hide.
Yeah.
So you manage to track him down eventually. You're not that far away from the Palais Royal, where you are currently. Everything of import in this city is very bunched up close, precariously close to each other. So you find him around the back of the Palais Royal writing. He has like a little sort of pad of parchment, and he is actually like brought this sort of ink pen, and he's writing, sort of leaning against the back of the building in the gardens themselves, blissfully unaware at the moment, at least.
I don't, heightened senses doesn't exactly bend vision, but I can't quite see what he's writing.
Not quite, no.
I think what she's gonna do, she's gonna come at a slightly more solemn angle, because they did share that moment at the king's execution. So I think that she's just going to move over beside him, like fan her dress out, and just like crouch on the ground beside him until he's done.
Yeah. He shifts, which makes you aware of the fact that he knows that you're there.
Yeah.
But he finishes what he's doing, writes for another minute or two, before he sort of blows on the parchment and rolls it up into a scroll and sort of places it within this sort of almost peasant's shirt that he's wearing. He was wearing a sort of very nice coat before, but he's no longer wearing that. Yeah, that's right. And he looks down at you and says, assuming the rest of the party went well then?
Yes, it went as according to plan as possible.
I'm glad to hear it.
You and I know each other well enough. You know that my motions are often behind the scenes. And I had to put on my face, my mask, for the party. I understand that that does not mesh well with your beliefs. But know that we do fight for the same thing. And the Camarilla stands tall again. If it stands tall, Dorian, we are in need of a sheriff. Strong form to keep the Ivory Tower firm.
If I am to take up my post of sheriff once more, then who will I be answering to?
If the praxis that was called is solidified, you would be speaking with Dominique.
Dominique.
Yes.
You've done a good job of making him very popular over the past few years.
Yes, of course. He is a very lovely man, very intelligent, handsome.
Roll intelligence resolve for me.
Ooh, okay.
Oh boy.
Actually, that's pretty good. That's 4 successes, but I can't get more.
I rolled a crit. I rolled 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for him.
Is this like, he has Auspex or something. I'm gonna, yeah, if he breaks into my little brain, that's fine. He can see the amount of shit that's
Okay. In that
Yep.
case, I'm gonna
I'll do
ask
it.
you a few questions.
Yeah.
Firstly, how are you feeling right now?
She's feeling, confident
Mm-hmm.
and like trusting. She does feel safe with Dorian because
Yep.
if there's one thing that she knows about Dorian is his belief in strength and in his like the way he stands. So
Yeah.
she's like, I can get you in place. We will be in a better position. So she feels safe and confident.
Okay. Has Lucretia committed any diablerie in the past year?
The past year, like, yes, no, she hasn't. She hasn't.
Okay,
Not
okay.
the last year. Not the last year.
No. Beforehand, it's a different story.
Yeah, beforehand, she was like, I love this about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And one more question. Is she
Yes.
under the influence of any blood sorcery, dominate, anything like that?
I don't think so. I don't think anybody in the Camarilla really has any prominent blood sorcery.
No, not any of the power players.
Yeah, and dominate, I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless something has been done to her.
As far as she is aware. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. And gonna ask you a spicy question because he
Yes,
got a
of
critical.
course. Yeah, I love.
Where does she desire to see the Camarilla in a year's time?
In a year's time, she definitely wants the Camarilla strong and in place. If it happens to be still within the Palais Royal, and that's it, it is still a structure of which she doesn't need a spread. She wants power. Like she can have one solid pillar. That's fine. So not huge expansion, is it?
Okay, but she wants power for herself? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
she
saying?
just wants everyone together. Like she's like, it's easier to puppeteer everyone if I can see them.
Okay, okay, interesting. He says,
Actually,
well,
I guess I will give him some more in the fact that like she truly does not believe that like she does control the Camarilla, but her desires for where it goes, it has nothing to do with the Camarilla. She now sees her threads reconnected with the Sabbat. She's finding ways to lace into the Anarchs. Like it's huge.
Human,
her
it's
scope.
kindred expansion rather than geographical
Right,
expansion.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Camarilla
yeah.
is just one of them where she can do it more securely.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yes.
Dorian reacts to that interestingly. I'm not going to tell you how. He
That's
doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But he says, I've always liked him. He is pragmatic and is good at speaking with people, as you in a very different way, mind you. But what you see is what you get with him, and I respect it, especially coming from one of our clan, of course.
Yes.
Why is it you come to me? I was sheriff before. I will be sheriff again. It is of no
And
matter.
that is more why I am the messenger, to say that you need not say you are ex-sheriff anymore.
Indeed. I heard rumors of Praxis as people leaving, but rumors of things don't often hold much stake within these walls. But
Yes.
if it's true, if he's declared Praxis and is in need of sheriff, then by all means I will take up the hold.
The Camarilla are back, and we're going to all need to work together. She gives like a annoyed look, because he was saying that shit so much. Together for us to get rid of Robespierre.
I agree.
Jean-Baptiste does not.
Jean-Baptiste is a child.
Yes.
What of it? If he does not wish to join the cause, let him fall astray.
He is a child with a large retinue of people, a sword that he could wield against us to throw us off balance. He is a threat. He is a knife at the small of our back. If we stand together and he kicks us in the back of the knees, we will fall and fail, and I will not have it be that way.
Lucretia, I admire your goal and your forward thinking in heading this revitalized Camarilla operation, so to speak. But us standing true, us working together, I stand by that statement as well. And if you are, as he sort of looks at you, seneschal of this new operation, asking me to stab the back of one of our own before he can stab ours, then I don't feel so good about that, especially in the
No.
spirit of working together.
No. It is why I have invited you back in to be sheriff, because he should be, still the Gangrel primogen.
I agree.
And if the primogen is acting against the Camarilla, what then? We need to pull him into line, essentially, but he is very resistant.
Lucretia, if I may.
Yes.
Jean-Baptiste's actions, his flight, so to speak, are, of course, problematic to your unified Camarilla, to our unified Camarilla, but it is your declaration, which, in my opinion, may have been a little premature given the company of this evening that we kept within ourselves. You are the one that have caused him to do this. Therefore, since we are only in a state of praxis so far, nothing is official yet. As far as I'm concerned, this is your mess to clean up. When we have much bigger things to do, I have much bigger things to do. I have a city to save.
Yes.
The pitfalls of your declaration will be your consequences, not mine.
I see. You complimented my forward thinking.
Indeed.
Which is very kind of you. I would invite you to think forward yourself.
I am.
Yes, but you are. Jean-Baptiste is not part of this forward thinking that you are thinking of, is he?
If he stands in my
Because-
way, when push comes to shove, when we take him down, when we take this city back, then I will strike him down. But for the moment, he is not doing that. And so he may come back, he may leave.
Preventative measures, Dorian. The guards at the Elysium. Preventative. If people see them, they do not act. If Jean-Baptiste, in the worst case scenario, raises his hand as we engage with Robespierre, and your attention is split, my attention is split, we have no front, we are surrounded. If we can remove all threats so that the only one we focus on is Robespierre, that is what I am thinking. And I wonder, more in counsel, I'm not asking you to solve my problems, Dorian. I'm trying to include you in the problem solving as we are working together.
I'll ask you a question. In all of the barriers that stand between you and I, us, and Maximilien Robespierre, we have many obstacles in between us and him. Many preventative methods that could potentially be taken. I ask you two things. Firstly, do we have time to deal with all of these obstacles? Secondly, is Jean-Baptiste Tellier, the baby gangrel primogen that came into his position because of a few well-timed handshakes and lack of a better candidate, is he the largest and most pressing obstacle of them all?
Well, they are very good questions, of which I do have the answers. I'm going to try to say this in as pleasant a way as possible.
I
Dorian.
cannot wait to hear.
When your blood itself. Actually, before I ask this, I'm about to use the thing where I mention Helena and get more status.
Mhm.
Do I know if he also shares heritage with her?
You wouldn't know.
Okay, cool. When one's blood is blessed by the gift that is Helena, a toreador, great repute. My heritage is hers, and she, this entity able to manipulate everything behind the curtain. It is the smallest tug of thread that turns puppets into a fascinating show. I will not have a show with a broken doll. No, there is not enough time to deal with every barrier. Which is why, Dorian, I'm trying to include you in this. If I need not waste time on Jean-Baptiste, and I know that the sheriff of the Camarilla is handling an upstart young gangrel, I think you, as an experienced toreador who has had the position for longer, cannot handle a young upstart gangrel while I handle other barriers. Then what is the point of your position? But I have faith in you, Dorian. I would never come to someone unless I had faith. I am handling the other barriers. And if you have faith in me, I shall put my faith in you.
This has a strange effect on him, the mention of Helena.
Oh no, he's misogynist.
No, he's not. But he does look disgusted at the mention of her. it still works, but he's distracted by you mentioning her name and has sort of lost control of the conversation in the way that he had before.
Got it.
And he sort of blinks, distracted for a moment, and says, I understand. And you're right, we do need to work together. I will investigate what's going on with Monsieur Hellier for the benefit of our sect as a whole. If I find out that he's up to no good, we will try him in front of the entire sect. So mote it be. If it turns out that he is just angry that he was not chosen as the next prince, well, he can either get over it or not. As for my continued support, you have it. In this coup, in whatever ends up happening, I will fight to the last to regain a semblance of morality about this place, which has been lost. But,
Thank you so much.
as I mentioned to the fellow, Monsieur Remy, with whom you came the beginning of this night, my involvement in such a risky endeavor comes with a price. I don't know if he's told you.
No, yes.
Right. A couple of small things.
Mhm.
Mostly information on Louis-Antoine de Saint-Just. A thorn in my side for quite some time, as you can imagine.
Backbone of this spot.
Indeed. The enforcer, so to say.
Yes.
The next is I desire a rendezvous with the childer of Georges Couton, another one of Robespierre's buddies.
Oh,
A little personal bone to pick, so to speak.
I see.
Yeah.
You want what kind of information about Monsieur Saint-Just?
His beliefs, his whereabouts, his strengths, his weaknesses, anything, really. I know not much. I've been holed up here for the past 5 years.
She smiles. She says, well, I have had personal contact with Monsieur Saint-Just. And as you know, I am somewhat a purveyor of belief. He has a strong semblance or belief in justice. His
It's in the
own,
name.
both personal and his belief in the Sabbat, the Valdry. He will do anything, everything, if he can see it prosper, grow, anything. He often hangs out at the prison. He has an office there, is where I saw him.
I see.
And he is quick to anger, especially when it threatens the things that he believes in.
Interesting.
Very.
Thank you.
Not many bring a blush to my cheeks at their strength in belief, and he is one of them. You two are quite similar.
A heretical confession, Lucretia, one that I will be sure to keep to myself, at least for the time being.
I thank you. But I was not aware of Coton's child, that he even had one.
I imagine not.
I will look into it. I hope that satisfies at least one of your requests.
Very much so. I will look into Monsieur Hellier. It seems only fair.
Yes, to warm back up into your position.
That's right. And
Very much. She gets up,
he...
floats there. She just gives a curtsy. She says, "Well, I have some business to away. I
I'm
hope
sure
your
you do.
letter is well delivered." And then she's going to zoom back to where she needs to be.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Arouse.
Very great. Yeah, if you want to use fleetness.
And it succeeds. She just
If you want to use fleetness, do you want to do so out in the open? Do you want to take the back streets? How do you want to?
I
get there?
believe we were around the side of right, through the streets and shit. Ooh, that's a good question.
I'll get a dexterity stealth roll if you want to try to avoid eyes.
I think, is it possible to get onto a rooftop and do it without being seen?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll still get you to make a dexterity stealth roll, but the difficulty will be lower.
I will then rouse for traversal as well, just to fly across the roofs of the palace.
Incredible.
Another success.
And now if the roll fails, people will see even more.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
In more
Just
ways
imagine
than
you running
one.
up a building like a ramp and just flying into the air.
Yeah.
Landing in the square.
She
Do
didn't
a
stop
flip.
when she reached the top.
Wile E. Coyote style.
Yeah, that's right.
No!
Help.
All right.
To add fleetness to it.
Yeah, you can add all 5 dexterity dots to your roll.
That is 6 successes.
Oh, easy. Okay.
Yeah.
With 6 successes, it's effortless. Whenever you want to avoid people, this is the way you do it, because not only do you find yourself alone as you traverse the rooftops of the city, but you also get a chance to bask in its views, its lights, for which it is nicknamed and such. The Tuileries is this grand courtyard, in the middle of which stands the guillotine on a stage, and it's like this huge sort of palace that encompasses this courtyard and backs onto the river. When it was still standing. But yeah, you head that way once again. Now, Remy and Maëlle, are you also heading towards it as well?
Yes.
Yes, but again, flavor-wise for our walk, I would say that uncharacteristically, Maëlle does not obfuscate. So they actually walk there, but she will not be of the mind at that moment to retract her claws. So maybe if
I think Remy would say something before we go up to the club.
well, he doesn't need to say something. He can also just make sure that they are not seen or something by walking in the right way. But he can say something about it, whichever you think he would do.
He'd probably just like look down and be like, nails.
Right. She'll just stuff them in her pockets then, if he makes the comment.
Yeah. Remy will pause for a second as well, where the other 6 are just kind of dazed there, and catch up with Maëlle on the way up, but just say to them, thank you. It was in large part the power within each of you that permitted us to accomplish that, to help her see who held the chains that bound her.
Never experienced anything quite like that. We
It's hard to describe.
lack somebody among us who holds such knowledge.
Well, I am not one to hide it behind a veil. If you want to learn more, you know where to find the show.
I'll get you to make a wits insight roll for me, just for fun.
Sure. Sec. That is 1 success. Spent them all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, it's actually 2.
Two, okay. With 2, you notice one of the other pack, Michel, doesn't speak much, but regardless, his eyes kind of glint in an almost childlike interest at your proposition. You just notice this as you part ways from the group of them.
Okay, we got us a proto priest. Noted.
Yeah.
It's all right. Come to the cruise ship.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Vitae.
Secrets.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you
I'll catch up with Mael and leave the theater going toward the Tuileries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although I think actually Eleanor and Sebastian, they agreed to keep lookout.
They are
right?
coming with you. Yeah.
Okay, we'll pull them along too and let them say that the night air will do you some good.
We've spent a lot of time indoors this night, that is true. Listening to people talk and such.
Ah, yes. Air of the wrong variety, I'm afraid.
That's right.
We pick a moment where I spot them at some point, and when they're just out of eye line of enough people, hopefully, will just appear.
Yeah, certainly. Like half a block away from the palace itself, behind it sort of thing. You all meet up together.
Bonjour.
Indeed, it has been in its way.
So we go in.
I believe we are prepared.
Yes.
We shall find out if we are ready.
She'll get our fans out. She'll be like, now where will we be meeting?
So I guess maybe first step is to scout out such a spot.
Yeah.
Have a wander about, identify kill zone.
Certainly. I will get you all to make a wits investigation roll for me. All just the same roll.
I will make the roll, but do know that Mael just is pacing and wants to rip something apart.
Yeah.
Counting on that. 3
Yeah.
successes for Remy.
2 successes here.
2, 3. And how many for
You want to go
Lucretia?
for 4, Jack? Oh.
How many?
2.
2. Okay. Lucretia and Mael, Lucretia, you don't like being here. This is
She loves the guillotine. She wants to touch it and like look
yeah,
at all the, like
there's
blood
almost
and shit, but she's like, I'm going to get distracted and killed here. So she's like, ooh.
There's almost an aesthetic compulsion for you towards the guillotine. You can sort of see the tread marks from thousands and thousands of people's shoes that have watched countless executions take place here. The echoes, the sort of ghost of King Louis XVI still sort of lingers here, along with the thousands and thousands of others who have died in this very spot. And the Tuileries Palace is still lit up. It's still like very much alive from what you can see within. It puts you on edge. Mael, on the other hand, you are on edge for entirely different reasons. You are waiting for somebody to point you in a direction and let you go, so to speak, more so than anything else. Remy with 3, you notice more than this sort of big lit up front entrance. You sort of do a bit of a look around and such, and notice that around the back there is also a kind of entrance as well that leads down some stairs that have been cut into the ground that seems to lead down to like a sort of basement level. It is guarded by 2 men, but that's the sort of only other entrance per se that you can sort of see from this level.
Right. Now, And these are apparently two mortal men just sort of standing there guarding.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're wearing the Federe army sort of militia sort of thing.
Well, I'll get Lucretia and Miles' attention and just sort of gesture over to them and say, I believe that is our most reliable path inward. We just need, I suppose, a good distraction or to remove scrutiny.
My political understanding is that just being Sabat is not good enough to get you in there, right? Is that my understanding?
It's less about kindred stuff here and more about you need to be a member of the Jacobin Club and you need to sort of I guess either be a member of the convention or have the invitation of one to go in, or the other way that you can get in is like, you know, be on trial essentially. But those things happen.
Let's try that.
Those things happen at certain times in the night.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
That helps.
That's when the public's allowed in.
Handle it.
Yeah.
Because I can entrancement one of them so that you can get in without things being too bad. But are we just thinking of killing these dudes?
If it's a bit simple.
I mean,
enough.
if you mention it out loud.
Yeah, I think she'll probably does her fan out in front of her face just because it's what she does to conceal any semblance of the discomfort that she's feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We only need to remove them and
we
forestall
don't
any threat of discovery.
Aren't you the one best in control of minds, Glenn?
Yes. Yes. But it would be costly.
I can always entrance one of them, but not both.
If you remove one amicably, I can ensure that the other is less charitably removed.
I can kill the two of them with ease. It's just we are not trying to siege the toilet.
What are you doing? Just decide already. You want to kill them or not?
You're the killer here. You tell us.
Yeah, but I'm leaving it up to you at the moment to make the socially right decisions.
We have already broken every social code being here.
It's
past that.
What matters is discovery. If their bodies are found, it is a problem. If they come to their senses, it's a problem.
Is the place with the guards, how visible is it?
It's around the back, so it's sort of darker, more difficult to see, not as like illuminated and such. But it's still like fairly open because this is the kind of grand center of the city and stuff.
You two, she'll gesture to Eleanor and Sebastian. You'll be able to keep watch, yes? Signal to us when someone comes.
That's why we're here, yes.
Okay. You are right, Mayel. The social code has been broken. She will flick her fans out and be like, be ready to move. And she is going to fleetness over there and try to slit both of their throats with her fans, if possible.
Ooh, okay.
Oh my god, please do this. I hope this works.
Yeah.
So I have fleetness.
You have fleetness already activated, don't you?
Would I? Yes. Now with lightning strike.
Yeah. They can't dodge.
Am I able to do like one for both of them, or would I have to do lightning strike twice?
You don't have to do lightning strike twice. That's fine. But what you have to do is split your dice pool in half.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. I will do that. So I will do lightning strike.
And they can't roll to dodge you, so they take full damage from this.
Yeah. So I think it's the difficulty for the attack is 1.
Yep. Pretty much. It's like a damage tracker thing. So if you do one success, they're gonna get 1 damage. And because this is a bladed weapon, for humans, it does aggravated damage. It's lethal.
How do I hit?
What do you mean?
How do
Right.
I hit with weapon?
I understand. Dexterity melee.
Cool.
I'm like, you just do it, bro.
And I split this. How? Do I literally just cut the pool
Yep.
in half?
If it's an odd number of dice, you just
It's 6, so it's 3 and
Oh,
3.
okay, perfect. Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. Perfect. It's literally 3 and 3.
Okay, amazing.
3 for each.
Mm-hmm. These guys are normal humans. They are Paris Commune. They're just working people that have dressed up in military uniforms to be here. You don't kill them straight away, but both of them fall to their knees, clutching their throats, and sort of double over in pain, choking. They will die very, very soon. What hunger are you at?
1.
Amazing. You're fine.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's like allowed because I've just done that, but I will then try to
They're not going to be able to
grab-
do anything, so
just throw them away essentially into a darker corner if there is one, because having bodies right by the door seems.
Oh, don't worry about that anymore.
Okay. Yeah, she'll just go fans out, hit both of them, and then like flick the blood off, and then we'll just wave.
Yeah, you both see this happen. Well, you see it after it happens more accurately.
I think there's an excited little growl from Mael as she just like heads in that direction.
Yeah. What would the two of you like to do?
Mael will head straight to the bodies.
Lucretia flicks the blades of her fan sort of on their sort of quickly dying forms.
And to make this a bit quicker and easier story-wise, I think Mael will just, if you allow it, go over to the bodies, just like sink claws into both of their necks so that they're actually dead faster.
Absolutely, that's fine. You can take half and succeed easily in such a check.
Yeah. So she'll do that to crush them to actually make them dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then kind of like rub her hands, look at the other 2 pack members, Sebastian and Eleanor. I got one of them. I was gonna get them both.
I jumped the gun.
Look at them and say poignantly, no one is allowed to be near or watch right now. Make sure of that.
We understand.
And then I will rouse check first.
I'm so excited.
A success. I am rolling on the 0 hunger right now.
Yeah, that's right.
And kind of hold her hands towards the 2 bodies. And
Yeah.
the other 2 might have already seen this before, but her, like, a bit of blood begins to trickle out of the bodies and, like, towards her hands. And her hands sort of kind of start to, like, absorb it. And as time starts to pass, like, more and more blood begins to draw out of their bodies. Not just blood, but, like, viscera from inside of them as well, and just like the bodies start to disintegrate as they swirl around and get absorbed into Mael, and she seems to thoroughly enjoy this as it happens. So the bodies start to just disintegrate and vanish with no trace, but it'll take some time.
Yeah, it takes several minutes for this to occur. You see Sebastian kind of talk to somebody, and then they sort of turn around and go the other way, sort of halfway through. And Eleanor keeps a watch on the back streets, but nobody comes through. It's quite late at this point. And you watch this happen. Perhaps you've probably seen it before.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Been too long, really, there.
Yeah.
I will gesture for Remy to go into the door.
It is a pleasure to watch you both work again. And then Remy, I'll open the door.
Yeah.
To, have a peek.
The minute he goes inside, Lucretia essentially blinks, but will use fleetness or whatever. I will gladly rouse if need be.
You have 5 dots in celerity. Fleetness is really, really fast for you.
She is going to go to Eleanor just behind her, and then Sebastian, and just whisper, "You're so glad you have evolved in me. He'd be ours otherwise." And then we'll flick back to the door.
Mm-hmm. You barely see her leave. It's that quick. And as you enter down into this sort of basement of the famed Tuileries Palace, where King Louis XVI was essentially held hostage in Paris before he was executed right outside its front gates. We will pause the scene right there and take it up next session to see what happens in the remainder of this evening and what follows from this particular encounter. Lovely. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching our lovely session tonight. Oh, a very, very spicy one. I'm Beck. I've been your storyteller. I'm so excited for next week. And before we leave off, we'll get our lovely group to introduce each other once again. Let us know where you are online and where we can find you, what you're up to, etc.
Hi, I'm Adam. I have been playing Remy, your dream weaving pack priest Malkavian. And if you're interested in seeing some Shakespeare-inspired Dungeons and Dragons, you can check out a channel I help run called Bardic Inspiration. The info's below.
I'm Jack. I've been playing Madame la Comtesse de Visage, the unofficial seneschal of the Camarilla Toreador. Yeah, not just a pretty face. But I'm at Dr. Radiance on things, and have an upcoming Australia Sabat game that you'll be seeing promo about everywhere.
And hi, I am Syrinx. I've been playing Maëlle Cadieux, the currently a bit more unhinged than usual city gangrel of the group. And you can find me as Syrinx on multiple social media, such as Instagram and Twitter.
Lovely. Thank you again, everybody, so much for coming by, and we will see you for next session. Thank you, everybody, so much, and take care. All right.